Oops. All right. Hello and welcome to the A's Philosophy YouTube channel. I am A's Philosophy and I want to do a sound check real fast.
All right.
Yes, good. Yeah, we were having some major technical difficulties. I have no idea why, but for some reason, StreamYard just wouldn't let me screen share in the browser in the browser I was using. So I had to use a different browser, and that fixed the problem. So I'm going to go back and figure out why the other browser wasn't working. But so things might be a little different this time, but looks like we're on pace. So I wanted to have a discussion tonight if there's anyone who's interested. And I've been thinking about some issues that arose from conversations that happened within this last week. And I wanted this discussion to be more about Christian theology and Christian philosophy and the approach that we take to faith and the Bible and things like that. And I wanted to put some ideas out there, and we can talk about that, or we can talk about other things within Christian theology. But it's going to depend on what people want to talk about. They don't have to talk about what I'm saying, but I just wanted to put this out there. So I wanted to get this idea out there, that this idea of epistemology. So what is epistemology? Well, first of all, when it comes to the problems I'm seeing with a lot of the discussion out there around Christianity and resolving the issues and questions people have, there's a very serious problem that most people have, and it deals with epistemology. So let's first define epistemology, and this is the idea I want to put out there. Epistemology is the root of the problem with most people's approach to Christianity, the Bible, and religion in general. Okay. I think this is really important. Epistemology isn't something that a lot of people think about very often, but it really does go to the root of why we believe what we believe. And when people believe something, usually it's because they think they know that it's true. Not always, but in many cases we believe things because we think we know it's true. And then the question becomes, well, how do we know something's true? When it comes to Christianity and religion, when we're looking at the Bible, how do we know that we can trust what it is we're reading, the doctrines that we have? When we say we know something about Christianity, where does that knowledge really come from? And is it justified? Is it established? So what is epistemology? Let's define it. Epistemology as a noun, it is the branch of philosophy. Let me see if I'm... Yeah, okay, still good. The branch of philosophy that examines the nature of knowledge, its presuppositions and foundations, and its extent and validity. So this is obviously extremely important, because when we're forming our beliefs, we want to ask ourselves, how certain can I really be about what it is I believe? So something I see that is very common within Christianity and Christians, and maybe not just Christians, maybe this applies to all beliefs in some way, is that there's this approach to the religion that I would label or describe as fundamentalist in nature. That goes along the lines of this: if the Bible says something, then we can be absolutely certain it's true. And personally, I think that there's a lot of problems with that line of thinking. I'm not saying it's definitely false. I'm just thinking that it's not a firm foundation for absolute certainty of what it is you believe. So I think that people's epistemological foundation is unjustified. And I'll give you an example All right, we got Von Eric here. Good to see you. Again, I was having serious technical difficulties earlier, and I had to change some things up to get around it. So I just want people to be aware that things might be a little bit different during the stream. I don't know if the audio is still good or whatever. So, um, oops. All right, yeah, things are definitely going to be a little bit different. Bible Gate. I have to do all this differently. Sorry. Yeah, this is going to be not as smooth as previous streams, but let's see if we can make it work. Why is this not working? This should be at least be loading the website. What is this? Okay. Audio's fine. Well, that's good to know. Something's fine. We're going to take a look at a Bible verse. And we're just going to analyze it from an epistemological standpoint, which may sound like a strange thing to do, but I think it's going to be helpful to understand where I'm coming from and why I think that it's necessary to think about these things. Why is this not working? Is my audio? Okay, that's working. This is really weird. All right, let's see if we can get this to work. Okay, that's working. All right, we're finally there. Wow, this is kind of a nightmare. This is kind of a nightmare. Oh well, it's better than nothing, I guess. See if we can get something started. What is this? I'm sorry, folks. This is so bad. I can't figure out. I'm having technical difficulties with StreamYard or something, and it's really throwing me off. But I'm going to try and work through it. Wow, this is so bad. So bad. It's slow. It's not working correctly. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. How do I get this stupid ad off the screen? There we go. All right, that's not loading properly. Why is it loading way over here? I don't know what's going on, folks. This one guy, good to see you. Wow. I don't know if y'all can see this. I'm clicking the Bible book list, and it's literally loading off the screen. Like it's... I don't understand. Why is it doing that? I can't look at the books. They're over to the other side. This is so bad. I'm not happy about this. I don't know why it would... Yeah. I don't know what's going on. This is atrocious. All right, I'm just going to do it this way. Yeah, but the zoom never mattered before. I might have to not stream, folks. I might just have to not do it. I don't know what happened, why everything changed. I didn't do anything differently. But if I can't screen share, then that kind of takes away a lot of my capacity to like be able to demonstrate things and go over things. We're going to try and see if we can fix this in the next few minutes, or at least get something working. All right. All right. We finally got somewhere. Isaiah 9:6. So, yeah, here we are. Let's just keep trying to roll with this, because eventually I'm going to post a link in a few minutes, and maybe if people want to have a conversation, we can do that. But I was having a conversation with Trinitarians earlier this week, and to me, the idea really it was almost more about the deity of Christ, and you know they were putting out Bible verses that they think prove that Jesus Christ is God. Now, for a human being to be God, to me, there's a very high evidentiary standard that needs to be met. Like, probably greater than anything that I can even think of. To be honest, I'm not sure words in any book are going to prove to me that Jesus Christ is God. I'm not saying I'm not saying he isn't God. I'm not saying he is God. I'm just saying when it comes to proving, for me to say that I know that Jesus Christ is God, there isn't anything that is going to be written down in a book that's going to quote unquote prove that to me. Now, it can be used as evidence, it can be used as a claim, and that's interesting, but no one's ever going to show me a verse in a book and make me think that it's proven that Jesus Christ is God. At the best, what you can do is show me that somebody has claimed that Jesus Christ is God, or that it's written in a book that Jesus Christ is God. But these people were showing me these verses, and I, as a Unitarian, that appear to show that Jesus Christ is God in the Bible. And they were making it seem like they were totally embarrassing me almost. Like the fact that I'm a Unitarian and I look at these verses and I don't immediately convert to Trinitarianism. They just made it seem like they were running circles around me. And one of them was this verse in Isaiah 9:6. It's which says, "For a child will be born to us, a son will be given to us, and the government will rest on his shoulders. And his name will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Eternal Father, Prince of Peace." And this is supposed to be a prophecy of Jesus, which maybe it is. So this is Isaiah 9:6. And obviously the key phrase here, the key term here is Mighty God. So Jesus is going to be called Mighty God. And I guess that there's a lot of people, when they look at this, they think that proves that Jesus Christ is God. So let's just ask ourselves, from an epistemological standpoint, is that true? Is that the case? There's a number of questions we have to go through. First of all, this is an English translation. So is the English translated correctly? Okay, we can go into the Hebrew and see maybe the word being translated here is Elohim. Okay, Elohim means God. Does it always mean God? I don't know. I don't speak Hebrew. But let's just say that the actual term being used in the manuscript is Elohim, which translates in English as God. Okay, does that prove their point? Not necessarily. Why? Does it prove that it's Christian doctrine? Well, I don't think so. So let's ask about what are the possibilities. Could the manuscript have been corrupted at some point? I'm not saying it was. I'm just saying, how do I know it wasn't? Okay? How do I know at some point, and why would we possibly think that? Why would we introduce doubt into the text unless it was necessary? Well, I think right in this verse, there are a number of questions to be asked. So we have here in Isaiah 9:6, it starts off, "For a child will be born to us." Okay. The thing about it is, God cannot be born in time. We're getting right here to a situation where there's a beginning to whoever this being is. Um, and that is so just the idea that this is a human being who's being described in human terms and in living a human life. So how can a human being who is born and begins in time be God? So right away, that's a question to me. And you can say, well, it was the pre-existence, and then Jesus is just the human aspect of the pre-existent Christ. Well, it doesn't say any of that. It just says a child would be born to us. That child did not exist before this. So we have a question about how this person can be God if he begins at a certain point in time. A son will be given to us, and the government will rest on his shoulders, and his name will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Eternal Father. So again, if this verse is a prophecy about Jesus Christ, this is a really big problem, in my opinion, because Jesus Christ is not called Eternal Father. Because Jesus is not the Father, he's the Son. So this introduces a problem for Trinitarians. And I've heard many oneness and modalist proponents come to this verse and say, well, Jesus is going to be called the Father, so that means, he's the Father and the Son, and he's the Holy Spirit. He's all three, just not simultaneously. And there are obviously huge problems with that. But in this one verse, that seems to make sense. That if Jesus is called the Father, well, then he's the Father. So is he the Father and the Son? So right here, again, this is another question. There's reasons to think that there's issues with interpreting this verse so simply. But again, let's ignore that. Let's just ignore the fact that this verse is calling Jesus Eternal Father and just assume that somehow makes sense. Does this prove that Jesus Christ is God in an ultimate sense? Remember, the ultimate, when it comes to Christianity, what we're ultimately supposed to believe is the truth. So does this verse establish the truth that Jesus Christ is God? And the fact is that no, it doesn't. Even if you want to say that it's properly translated according to the manuscripts we have, and the manuscripts all show the same thing, which is the word Elohim, we have to realize that it's not established as true in an absolute sense. It's established that there is a text, a manuscript, which says this, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily absolutely and definitely true. And this is what I'm trying to get people to understand, is that you can never have words in a book establish truth. Now, they can reflect truth, but in my opinion, there's no text or scripture that proves pretty much anything, and that includes the Bible. What makes something true isn't that it's written down in words in a book, what makes something true is that something isn't accurately reflecting reality. So for the presuppositionalists out there, presuppositionalism is the idea that we presuppose the truth of the Bible and interpret reality according to that presupposition. Now, that actually makes no sense, because we have to come at the Bible with a pre-existing understanding of reality already. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to interpret the text properly. So reality itself must take precedence over anything that is written down in any book. And this is the problem that many Christians have. They don't want to admit this. And I say this as someone who considers himself a Christian. The basis of truth for me is not the Bible. The Bible is a tool that can help me understand reality, but it is not the basis of truth itself. And this is necessary to understand Because if there are problems or issues with the Bible, and I'm not saying there are necessarily, then we won't be able to see them. And what has happened is that there are scholars, whether they be secularists or evangelical or believers or not, who have looked into the claims, who have looked into the Bible, and they have discovered that there are in fact these questions, there are in fact these issues, there are manuscript issues, but there are issues that go beyond manuscript problems and textual criticism. There are problems that go to the idea of the logic and the internal logic and consistency of what's in the Bible. And these cause a great deal of confusion for people. And I think that the solution isn't necessarily what Christians want to do. Is they want to harmonize everything. Well, the question becomes, can we harmonize everything? Is that even possible? And why should we presuppose that everything must necessarily be harmonized? Why shouldn't we approach this from the idea that perhaps there are real contradictions and errors in the Bible? And I haven't heard a good refutation about when it comes to that question about why people want to presuppose the inerrancy and infallibility of Scripture, when we know that Scripture is the result of human activities and that humans are subject and prone to error. Let's get back here. So this is where we come back to epistemology. So you can say the Bible is historical and evidential, but is the Bible itself the basis from which we draw absolute and undeniable truth? I think that people need to open their minds to the possibility that the Bible should be approached like any other historical text. It gives us information about things that happened in history, but it is not that history itself. If we go back to the book in Isaiah, let's do a thought experiment. Here it appears to be claiming that Jesus Christ is God. All right. Did Isaiah really say this? Are you willing to stake your eternal soul on the idea that Isaiah, not speaking English, whatever his original language is, called Jesus Christ mighty God? If somebody came up to you and said, I have a time machine and I can take you back to when Isaiah gave this prophecy, and we can actually listen to the words he said in real time, and here's what I'm going to do. Are you going to, do you believe that Isaiah really said these words? And if your answer is yes, and we go back in time, and you are wrong, I am going to torture you to death. Now, that may be a shocking thing, but would you be willing to go back in time and if you're wrong, if you have to answer whether you believe this is what Isaiah said before you go back in time. Now, if you say yes, you're going to be taken back in time, and if Isaiah didn't say mighty God, mighty Elohim, you are going to be horribly, painfully tortured to death. Are you willing to make that? Would you be willing to do that? Would you be willing to say, yes, I definitely think Isaiah said this, and I'm willing to be tortured to death if I'm wrong? Do you have that much confidence? And to be honest, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Because, like I said, there might be a manuscript error. He might have said something slightly different. Who knows? But I'd be willing to say that he might have said this, but I'm not gonna stake my soul on the idea that he definitely said this. And this comes, so the question becomes like, what can we really trust? Like, what is? And the thing is, there is truth. There is absolute truth. So we can trust that there's truth, and we can possibly trust that the Bible at least somewhat accurately reflects that truth. But again, is it something that we can say is absolutely or definitely true? Like for myself as a Christian, let me get that back. For myself as a Christian, like I use the Bible and the Gospels to help me understand what it is that Jesus really taught. That's their value. That's the value of what the people who wrote them down is. I don't think the people who were writing down the Bible actually thought that that their works would be seen as sort of like this divine text that was beyond reproach. No, I just think that they were writing down their experiences and hoping it would help people, and it eventually evolved into something much more than that over time. But I basically use the Gospels as a tool to say, well, this is what Jesus said. Do I know that it's exactly what he said? Is it like a word for word transcript of what he said? I don't think that. But I think I can get a general idea of what Jesus said based on what is written. And that's helpful. It's enough for me, even though I'm not certain that it's absolutely true. And we know that the Gospels don't have what Jesus actually said. And the reason for that is because the Gospels are written in Greek. And Jesus did not speak Greek. Only a small fraction of what is written in the Gospels is actually written in the language that Jesus actually spoke. So we know that Jesus didn't actually say almost anything that he is supposed to have said in the Gospels because he just didn't speak the language in which it's written. But it's a translation of the language in which he spoke. So to me, that's also good enough. For me. Now, it's not exactly what Jesus said. None of it is exactly what Jesus said because none of it's in the language. Jesus spoke Aramaic. He's not the text we have, like in the Gospel of Matthew. If you go to the Sermon on the Mount, the Gospel of Matthew records that in Greek. Now, I can pretty much guarantee you that Jesus wasn't standing up on the Sermon on the Mount in front of a bunch of Jewish people and speaking Greek. He was speaking Hebrew. So we don't actually have Jesus' words from the Sermon on the Mount. We don't have any of them. But what we do have is a translation of them. So there's nothing exact about what's being done here. But for me, that's good enough. I can read translations. I actually do speak multiple languages myself. And I know that it's possible to translate someone's thoughts from one language to another. But things are lost in translation, even from languages that are very similar to one another. One example I give is like when I say I'm hungry in English. Okay, in Spanish, how they say that is yo tengo hambre. All right. Well, there's a problem that arises when you're trying to translate that, even as something as simple as I'm hungry. For instance, yo tengo hambre actually literally translates to I have hunger. Because yo tango is from tener, which means to have. So yo tango is I have, and hambre is a noun, which means hunger. So in Spanish, what they're actually saying is I have hunger. Now, that's not how we say it in English. We don't say I have hunger. We say I am hungry. But if you're a translator translating something from Spanish to English, and someone says yo tango hambre, you're not going to translate it I have hunger because English speakers will think that's silly. That's not how we speak. So you're probably going to translate it to I'm hungry. But that's not literally what the person said. The person literally said I have hunger. So if you wanted to be super, super literal, you would translate it as I have hunger. But to an English speaker, that's not exactly correct because it's not it's not how English speakers think. We think in terms of I'm hungry. We describe ourselves as hunger. We don't say we have hunger. So even as something as simple as I'm hungry, you have questions about how you want to translate it from languages that are very similar. English to Spanish is pretty similar as far as it goes. I mean, there's obviously, but you have a very simple statement in two languages that are pretty similar to one another in their structure and syntax, and you have questions about how to translate it. So you can imagine how much is lost in translation when you're going from something like Hebrew to Greek, which are very different languages, or from Hebrew or Aramaic to English, or from Greek to English. There's going to be a lot lost in translation there. So the fact that Jesus spoke Aramaic and we have his words recorded in Greek is a really big problem for people who want to prove doctrine based on like Greek grammar and stuff. And I get lost in this too. Sometimes I play this game where I go into the interlinear and says, well, this is the Greek language, and this is the Greek grammar, and this is the Greek vocabulary. The problem is Jesus didn't actually say any of these words, and we don't know what he actually said. So we can't really say that these grammatical analyses are actually proving anything. And some people want to prove entire systems off of Greek grammar, which is just silly. Jesus spoke Greek, I'm sure. Otherwise, he would have. Are you kidding? Do you really think Jesus spoke Greek? Jesus could speak any language. He was the Son of God and created all things created. He could interpret everything from beginning to end. Well, he was limited by human knowledge, Nancy. He could be revealed things, but I highly doubt he spoke Greek. Or he probably could speak Greek, but I can almost guarantee you he wasn't speaking Greek when he was teaching and having conversations with people. Greek was the common language that was spoken in the first century for all nations, that particular location. Aramaic. I think if you want to make the case that Jesus spoke Greek, I think you've got a tall mountain and a tall, steep mountain to climb there. Hebrew and Aramaic are not the same language, but I'm aware of that. Whatever, I think Jesus spoke Aramaic, which I think is pretty close. I think it's like maybe the same difference between Portuguese and Spanish. Yeah, but Jesus just simply was not speaking Greek, so we just simply don't have Jesus's words, except for a couple of them, a couple phrases of Aramaic, which would be Jesus's actual words. But other than that, we don't actually have any of Jesus's words. We have to rely on the translations, which is, as I just said, questionable. So this is what I'm all trying to go to. People who are trying to say that, they have proof of something, this just isn't a healthy mindset. And then you get to the problem of, like, the canon. Like, what is the real canon? Like, the canon was decided by human beings. All right, so I'm going to post a link, and we can talk about these things or other things if people want. But I just wanted to put all that out there. Let me see if I can actually do this. Wait, what is this? Oh. All right, the link should be pinned. I'm not sure if anyone's going to want to join. If no one wants to join, that's fine. I can continue to proceed with my thoughts. But if people do want to join, they have that option. And I think this a lot of this does come into play in the Trinitarian discussion, because I think a lot of Trinitarians want to say that they're proving the Trinity based on biblical texts. And the problem is there's no evidence for the Trinity beyond a couple verses in like the New Testament. So people want to say you have to be a Trinitarian to be a Christian, when the evidence and proof of it is so scant. So there are questions about the prologue of John. There are questions about Colossians, where it says that Jesus is some sort of pre-existent creator being. There are questions about Hebrews. Like, for instance, Colossians and Hebrews, like, I don't understand why anyone pays attention to them in the first place. The Gospel of John is actually a gospel that was, purportedly written by an eyewitness of Jesus Christ. That would have to be established. But Colossians, a lot of questions are being brought about Yeah, Prateek, you have a question. You can feel free to either join or you can post it in the comments, and I will, answer it from there. However you feel comfortable. Yeah, I want to engage with people who have differing ideas and how they approach Christianity, because I think that my approach is necessary to solve some of the issues that are arising in Christianity. If God is considered male, then why is it the responsibility of giving life, one of the most divine and essential powers, entrusted to women? That's a really good question. I wasn't expecting that exact line of questioning. I think that, in my opinion, God is usually described as male because I think that God ultimately would have to include both the masculine and feminine properties, because you have to have the totality of existence contained within the essence of God. So God is not ultimately a male, but because God is seen as the one who sends forth the material of the universe, then I think that is probably why God is seen as typically described as male or masculine, because God sends forth the essence of reality, and from that creation is born. So you have and Howdy's in the background. I'll bring him up in a second, but this is a really interesting question. In my opinion, when God is described as the Father, and it's metaphorical. There's not like, I agree. There's not like a literal male figure in the sky that's God. Yeah, so God is something way beyond that, is limited by any sort of human conceptualization. So I think that ultimately the nature of God does contain the masculine and the feminine essence. This is why the Trinity is so silly. Another reason the Trinity is so silly is because there's no female in there. You have God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Like, if the Trinity had been God the Father, God the Mother, and God the Son, I might have actually believed it. That would have been more believable to me. But the fact that there's like this nebulous Holy Spirit instead of a mother kind of shows me that it was kind of a human construct, because the males, deciding on the Trinity at the time, didn't want to put a female in there and empower females. So I really do think that was part of what went into the construct of the Trinity, is is basically rejecting the female aspect of the nature of God. But obviously, God, I think that God would have to contain both the male and female properties in his essence. All right. So we have Howdy. Let me get rid of that. How's it going, Howdy?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing well. I didn't know if you had listened to anything I've already said, or if you just wanted to go in a different direction, or what.
Oh no, I sort of okay, so I was like looking on YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your thing popped up and it was like, whoa, epistemology, Christianity, and I was like, ooh. And then I
That
clicked on it.
that intrigued you.
Yeah. What's going on with that?
Yeah, so I'm trying to explain to people a proper epistemological approach to Christianity. It's somewhat controversial, but I'm guessing you probably missed most of what I already said, which I would recommend. If you want to know where I'm coming from, maybe you could go back and watch it. Not right now, but some other time, if you want to. But the bottom line is, how do we know what it is we know about what we believe about Christianity. And most Christians will say that because it's written in the Bible, okay? And what I'm trying to explain, or at least get people open to thinking, is that that's actually not accurate. The Bible can't actually prove anything. It can merely reflect claims that have been made that may or may not be true. And we would have to establish their truth on some deeper foundation than the Bible itself. So that's kind of what my argument was. And I used some examples from the scriptures to kind of prove that line of thinking.
That seems okay.
Do you have a problem with it, or did you have something you wanted to add, or some differing idea?
Hmm.
Like, are you? Let
Well,
me ask you. Are you what are you seeking? Are you someone who is a skeptic of Christianity, a believer in Christianity, or somewhere in between? What are you thinking?
well, I am currently agnostic,
Okay.
so I suspend judgment on whether or not a God exists at this time. But I'm quite interested. I guess is how I would say it, maybe.
Absolutely. So you don't. Would you say, if you had to, do you lean more to the belief that God does exist, or there is no God?
Um, it's hard to say. I probably don't lean one way or the other, to be
Hmm.
honest. It seems
All
like one of
right.
those questions that's sort of outside of my capacity. It's like is it's like saying, well, are things ultimately, continuous or discrete? It's like, I don't know.
Do you think there's any good reason to now? Now, let's define our terms. When I say God, what I would simply define God as is a conscious source of creation, or a fundamental essence of creation that basically is the basis of everything that exists. So that there's two ways to kind of look at the universe. And I'm sorry if I'm talking too much, but I really want to kind of establish what it is I'm talking about first. Some people will say that, God is outside time and space and that God created the universe ex nihilo. Okay, I don't hold to that view. I hold that everything that does exist has always existed in one form or another, and that this universe reality basically has always existed, just it changes forms over time. But there must be a basis or fundamental foundation for existence. Like, what is the essence of what it is we look around us and see as reality? So God to me would be that foundation, that ultimate foundation beyond which there is no other higher foundation. Okay, God is essentially this pure stuff of reality and the basis upon which it operates. So to be the laws of physics and things like that. The reason the laws of physics operate continuously, immutably, and universally is because they're part of the essence of God, and thus they don't change over time. But another aspect of God, besides being a fundamental essence of existence, is that God is conscious. So this fundamental essence is aware of itself and is aware of creation around it. So it can do things, it can manipulate things, it can try to achieve things or have intentionality, things like that. So, well, again, hold on. Before you respond to that, Kelvy, if you reject any book of the Bible that you disagree with, you have little basis to claim Christianity. Kelvy, that is one of the most ridiculous. I'm not kidding. That is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard anyone say. I don't know how you could actually believe something like that. Because the books, not just the Bible, but the books in the Bible were chosen by the Catholic Church, Kelvy. They didn't always have 66 books in the canon. Like, if I reject Philemon, am I less of a Christian? Well, I still have the Gospels. I still have the teachings of Jesus Christ. You don't have to believe Philemon to be a Christian. You don't have to believe Philemon is inspired scripture or part of the canon to be a Christian. This is nonsense. Anyway, so that's how I define God. So with that definition in mind, do you think that it's rational for a person to believe something like that exists? Or it could be rational?
So when I think of, I guess, something being rational, I mean, it either means like there's some reason to believe something, like maybe some pre-theoretic notion of justification, or that, it's, some might say, I don't know, logical. That is to say, it's like derivable index to some, logical schema with, valid rules of inference. But so like how I would take something, because it sounds a lot like Spinoza, if I can, I don't want to like, just to like hone in a little bit on your brand of theism. I would say, I guess, like if I wanted to push back, I guess, let's say, because if you're saying, well, there needs to be a reason for existence, and that reason is God, and then God doesn't need a reason. Like the reasoning, like the buck stops here. So what would be your problem with saying, okay, well, the buck stops with, like, because you said laws of physics and stuff. Like, why can't it just be that? Like, we can call it God. Like, we can call it like you could be like super Spinozian and say, okay, the laws of the universe and the universe itself is God. Which I don't know if that's what you're saying, because you had earlier said like it had like intentional states. But yeah, so what would be your critique of that approach?
Well, the laws of physics, there has to be a reason that they are what they are. There has, like, when it, like, just take one physical attribute of the universe, which is like the speed of light. The speed of light is constant in a vacuum. Okay, it is what it is as far as we've been able to determine. But this is just simply something we've observed. We don't have an explanation for why the speed of light is what it is. We just measure it and say, okay, this is what it is in a vacuum, and it changes in various media, but we'll ignore that for now. Let's just say it's the speed of light. So to say, okay, the laws of physics exist, they are what they are, but we can't answer scientifically why they are the way they are. So it gets to this idea that possibly it's because we're considering possibilities here. We're not establishing one or the other, but in my opinion, one plausible explanation is that something has decided that the laws of physics be this way and not some, because as far as we know, there's no reason the speed of light couldn't be twice what it is, or a million times what it is, or half what it is. It just is what it is. So why is it this way? And this could be applied to all the laws of physics, or whatever we observe in nature. Why is it the way it is? Well, one possible explanation is that it has been designed this way, exactly the way it is, and not some other way. Now, there could be another reason, but that does seem to be at least one reason they are the way they are.
Right. So it's like we're affirming some, it depends, but some version of PSR, right? But also you'd say, I think you sort of like equivocated, well, it's possible and then it's plausible. I think so to me, like, those are two different things. Like I would agree that it's possible, because when I say possible, I just mean that it doesn't entail a contradiction. And so let's just say, like, the premise, there exists a God, and then I can't think of some, valid inferences that would lead to some proposition being the case and not being the case. So seems to be possible. Now, is it plausible? I'm not sure. So when you're giving, like, okay, the reasons, right? So that things are what they are, and generally why something is the case, there seems to be some reason, right? So that's sort of like the motivations for PSR, but I don't think the arguments for PSR are, I mean, we could argue whether or not they're convincing, but I don't think they're, mandatory. Let's say, for example, some examples of brute contingencies, whether some people would say free will or whatever, but I'm not going to go that route. But let's say why some atom decays at some specific time rather than another time, or why an emission happens in this direction as opposed to another, or at what location a photomultiplier will receive a photon after it passes through a slit. I mean, there seems to be a plethora of brute contingencies. Not that there might not be a reason why those things happen the way that they do, but to our best knowledge, right? The best explanation thus far is that, I mean, it's certainly plausible that there could be brute contingencies, but even if I granted the PSR, I don't see why I couldn't just say, well, okay, well, the universe necessarily. And if you say, well, the universe needs a reason, and I say, okay, and then God, okay, then what's the reason for God? And then because because presumably you don't want to have an infinite regress of co-creators, right? So you're going to have to say, well, there's something intrinsic, like he's self-explanatory, and I would say, well, if we're going to grant sort of that sort of entity, I don't see why we wouldn't just say that the universe necessarily and that would seem to curtail, bloating our ontology with a God, which is a massive commitment to make. So for, uh, theoretical virtuous reasons, right, to preserve or be, frugal with our ontology, I think there's motivations to reject it.
Okay. So brute contingencies. So I'm going to yield that you seem to be more familiar with the philosophical terminology than I am. When you say brute contingencies, do you just mean things that just are, and there's nothing beyond that? Like, uh,
I can explain any term, and I'm sorry if I talk about. If I ever say a term, you can always interrupt me, and I'll cease and then try to explain what I mean. So a brute contingency is a subset of a brute fact, and a brute fact is essentially the other side of the fence of PSR. I assume you're familiar with the principle of sufficient reason. But just maybe for the audience sake, and maybe to refresh your memory, because I don't know how.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thorough. So this might be a little bit technical, but I actually think it's pretty illuminating if it can be tracked. It's so the principle of sufficient reason is an existential condition on reality. That is to say, for anything that exists, or no, for essentially for any fact, existence could be a fact, like I exist or you exist. So it could be an existential fact, but for any fact that obtains, there is a y, so that's the x, and it's postulating this y, and what this y is it's another thing that stands in some relation. Y stands in some relation to x, and the relation it stands in is that this fact of the matter, or what's called a state of affairs, or the nature of the relationship is that these facts would be called something like an explanandum. And the principle of sufficient reason says that for any explanandum, there exists an explanans that stands in this relationship to it, such that a y is explanatory or explains x. Hopefully that wasn't too confusing. I know that sometimes jargon can be.
I think I understand what you're saying. Let me try to put it in simpler terms. Whatever we observe in reality, whatever it is, there is theoretically something that explains it, and we can basically come to these understandings when we look at what we observe, give reasons for why something is the way it is. Is that kind of along the lines of what you were trying to say there for PSR? Is that
So
close?
the pre-theoretical, let's say, folk philosophy that this idea is trying, that this formal this formal notion is trying to capture is generally when we go around and look at things, when we ask like why questions or how questions, these are generally answerable, and then by abductive reasoning, it seems to be that almost everything that we ask has an answer, even in situations where we don't have an answer. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's not an answer. It could just be that we haven't found it. But in most instances, or in most cases, there seems to be some explanation to be rendered, and so that's sort of the motivations for this idea.
So you are contrasting principle of sufficient reason with brute facts. So how does this differ from the approach of just saying there are brute facts?
Right. So a brute fact would be a counterexample to the PSR. It essentially says that there exists some X such that there is no Y that exists that stands in the explanatory relationship to it. It's just the negation. It's essentially not PSR. It is not the case that what PSR is trying to say, or that there exists at least one of these things.
I'm not sure.
Now,
That doesn't sound like a. Sorry to interrupt you, but just listening to that, it doesn't seem very philosophically sound to me because anything in existence must have something to explain why it exists as it does. So why are there people who say things just exist and there's nothing beyond that?
well, when you invoke soundness, the only what I take that to mean is that the premises are true. Like I only think of soundness in terms of like an argumentation, where a sound argument is one such that the premises are true and the inferences are valid. And outside of that context, I'm not sure what you mean. If you're asking, well, why? What are there any epistemic motivations to rejecting PSR? As I think the essence of your question, and I would say yes. And I still haven't gotten to brute contingencies, but I have to invoke it here to give the explanation, is that we do observe things that seemingly don't have an explanation and could not be, and an explanation could not be given in principle. So, um,
Are there
that,
examples of these things that people put forward?
yeah, they actually dominate observations. So, for
Okay.
example, like when at what moment a atom will decay, seemingly has no explanation. Or let's say we observe some. I don't know if you're familiar with like the either the double slit experiment or any photoelectric experiment where we try to observe like where a photon will arrive on the plate, and we can sort of have probabilistic models for it, but we can't really give an explanation as to why. And if you try to give an explanation as to why in principle, you have to sacrifice some pretty heavy um, commonly held notions in physics. So the problem with rejecting brute facts is, what's your explanation for the uh, what's it called? The Bell's inequality, right? Which is like an experiment where, okay, well, let's just say that there's some reason, but we just don't know what it is. And if that was the case, then we would observe something different than what we have observed. And so we seem to have motivations to believe that PSR is not the case. So like questions about like which direction is a photon going to emit off this, or like and a lot of the at small scales, I think there seems to be a lot of brute facts. I don't know
Yeah,
how informative I'm being, but
I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure how many other people do, but because of my background in physics and chemistry, I'm pretty much tracking what you're saying and understanding. Before asking questions, Prateek is asking, could you ask Howdy? Does he believe a soul exists? Do you believe in souls, Howdy, or are you agnostic on that as well?
It depends. I'm generally agnostic about most things that are sort of open questions in philosophy, because I try to, maybe it's because I'm shy, or I'd like to think it's because I'm humble, but for a lot of questions. So essentially, this is like a question about like substance dualism, or a dualist versus physicalist. Yeah, I
Let's ask it
mean,
this way: do you believe that consciousness continues after death? Do you believe that we will have conscious experience after physical death?
um, I guess I would say that seems implausible to me, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I wouldn't have a soul. So if that's the question that's being asked, then I would say that seems implausible to me.
Interesting. So, do you believe that everything we know as mind and consciousness is a product of brain and brain chemistry and material interactions?
No, I'm still because I don't know whether or not it's sort of open, right? Whether or not you're whether because there's good arguments on. So this is a situation. This is a different situation than with God, because I'm agnostic on God because I think that it's sort of outside of um, like sort of the epistemic region of my brain. Like so asking me like a question like, oh, does God exist? That's like asking me a question, well, are there an even number of stars in the universe or an odd number? And to that I'm like, that's hopeless. Like I'm sort of like agnostic such that I don't think arguments could be given either way about it really. But when it comes to dualism versus physicalism, I think there's good arguments on both sides. And so I mean, maybe I lean more towards dualism, but to, I it, I would say I'm suspending judgment on it just because there's seemingly, reasonable arguments on both sides of that issue.
Okay, that was a little bit of a deviation. Prateek, did you have another question, or was that what you wanted to ask?
Yeah, just that I just wanted to ask, right? Uh, so again, let's say for a physical law, right, physics law, or any chemistry law, there's an assumption, right? So it's just that you justified that assumption when we try to have a law in physics, right? But I'm just asking that, do you also justify, let's say, if soul exists or not? So if that soul exists, then could you also justify that does God exist or not? So I'm just trying to take you on that journey, right? So yeah.
Okay, I think what Prateek is saying here is that when you get to the idea of a soul existing, then it kind of leads one in the direction of there being a god. I think I understood that. Is pretty much what he's arguing.
So let's say in science, right? We assume certain things, right? And then we derive the laws of the nature, right? Means we see the nature, and then for certain case, we derive some theory, and for that calculation, we explain the phenomena, right? So there's also an assumption. So same way, you can say asking anyone that if they trying to, you can say, so that time that physics of means laws of physics does not get a question, right? Because we already defined that this is some set of phenomena that we are assuming that it should be true. So in the case of soul, means are we means so so people who does not believe that god exists, so and also that soul not exist, so means in what, you can say, assumption they are trying to define that law, right? So if we can just.
Oh, okay, so I think what he's asking is how would an atheist dualist sort of justify a soul with like some physical, like there would have to be some soul laws, right? Some physical soul laws going
Right,
on here,
right.
which are seemingly implausible, which is one of the arguments against dualism. Yeah, I mean, there are, lots of people. I wouldn't say lots, but there's plenty of people who maintain that position and offer, rebuttals and would defend their position against that, which because I come across like, well, there's arguments, both sides or not. And if you want to say, I don't know if this was sort of where he's going, it's sort of where A was going. He's like, well, given a soul, is that more probable given theism than atheism? That's another question. So from my perspective, I would say not really. I mean, but if you wanted to say like, okay, like let's say we were
It
like
gives.
evidentialists.
I would say it does, because what is the God is imperceptible. So we have to get to the idea that there's an imperceptible realm which actually exists. So if you get to the idea that a soul exists, it gives credence to the idea that there might be an imperceptible, the soul is imperceptible. So it kind of leads one down the path that, okay, if an imperceptible soul exists, then an imperceptible God could exist. So I think that's one
Okay.
line of reasoning.
Well, I don't think that they have to posit souls as abstracta, and even if they want, and even if for some reason they had to or wanted to, I mean, there's still Aristotelian metaphysics or Platonic metaphysics that sort of can handle those sorts of entities and their ontology without introducing a god. But what I would say, if I was, let's say, like a theist apologist, I would say something like, okay, well, given like some evidentialist approach, and what I mean by evidence is there's some state of affairs, and then you check with your priors probability, like is it more probable than bare given this hypothesis, and the hypothesis being God. So you would say something like, okay, for if it's the like what's the probability of souls given a God that wants souls? Well, that would be probability 1. And then what's the probability of souls given some indifferent universe, less, whatever it is, it's less than 1. And so that would be evidence in favor of God, because just by definition of the terms, like it's more probable than bare, and then more probable than alternative hypotheses that God exists given this condition that there exists a soul. But I don't find it too persuasive, although I think it would work on some people.
I think
Prateek, before
just
you go, Null has been waiting. I didn't know if Null had a thought on anything that's being discussed, and then we can get to you, Prateek. But Null, did you have any thoughts on anything that's been said so far?
Not right now, no. But thank you for trying to involve me. I'm just
Okay.
listening right now
All right,
until I have
Prateek.
something to chime in.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's fine. Prateek, go ahead.
so in case of probability means we know that the outcome is right. So again, let's say, uh, yeah, I think I try to say that the concept of probability is we can't apply in source, right? So yeah, because for the probability to be applied, let's say for a certain case we note the certain output that could be exists, right? So let's say we don't know that source exists or not, so it's kind of a concept. So yeah, we don't know that uh, we can see the source or not, so yeah. But
I want to go back to what you were saying about brute facts versus or in relation to PSR. And thank you for your questions, Prateek. Yeah, it is an interesting line of thought, but there's a principle in science known as I'm probably going to embarrass myself, but I think it's called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Mm-hmm.
And what it basically says is that when you look at the structure of an atom, we really can't predict where the electron's going to be in the orbital field at any given moment with 100% certainty. All we can do is have probabilistic, what are called clouds or fields, in which the electron will exist. So I guess what you like are you familiar with that concept in physics?
but the
Howdy?
thing is that
Oh, go ahead, Prateek. Go ahead, Prateek. Yeah. What do you
so
have?
yeah, yeah, it's kind of interesting that let's say you, so we know that the space of, you can say, defined space of that atom, right? And then we try to, you can say, put a point in that space and then try to identify, right? So we know that the boundary. So in case of soul we don't know the boundary, right? So yeah, so in that case, for a certain boundary we, you can say, calculate the probability. But in the soul case, I think the concept of probability is, I don't think it makes sense, right? So
Oh yeah, I was totally abandoning the soul argument. I was just kind of going completely back to the original discussion Howdy and I were having, because I think we were, believe it or not, I think we were getting somewhere, and but I did want to kind of provided an example of something that we look at in nature that is a brute fact and we can't explain it, and so this is on a microscopic level, the nanoscale. But there doesn't seem to be. I guess what you were trying to say is it doesn't seem to be like a pure formulaic mathematical 100% of the time guaranteed explanation for what we're observing, but it's just something that's happening. We observe it, and we can't even know exactly how it's going to happen. But we just is that kind of like another one of the an example of a brute fact, Howdy?
Well, I wouldn't say like the laws of physics. Like let's just suppose that it's true that the Heisenberg certainty principle is, you know, some law of nature, whatever we mean by that. But I was more talking about like the observations, like when we observe like a particular observation, there seemingly is no explanation for it, and seems to be one that's not one that could be rendered in principle. And it's interesting that you mentioned the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It's actually essentially any two like measurements you make about a thing, right? And it isn't. It could be any two orthogonal properties of it. You can't measure them both with, you know, precise accuracy, not infinitely precise accuracy. So there's always going to be some uncertainty in your measurements. And it's not saying that our instruments are so bad that we can't. It's that you can't do it in principle. And so it postulates even things like atoms coming into existence and not, because over, you know, a very small time scale, the energy level is uncertain. So that you'll have, you know, atoms coming in and out of existence even, which would also be sort of like brute fact observations when I say, okay, this thing popped into existence right here at this time. What's the explanation for that? And if I say, well, you know, it's a small amount of time, and given the uncertainty principle, there has to be some amount of energy, therefore this thing popped. Okay, but why here and why now? I don't think that an answer could be given in principle. Not to say that the PSR is wrong. It's just that there seems to be reasons to believe that it could be. You know what I mean? Because it could be that underlying all of what we know are new laws, and under those laws, like it could be turtles all the way down. So this is another one of those questions where I say I don't know. But what I can say is that I'm not too motivated to accept PSR, given, you know, it seems to be possible that it's not necessarily the case. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and going to the example of supposedly points of matter popping in and out of existence. You know, I'm not sure how much I trust the interpretations of these scientists who make these claims. I honestly, I mean, this may be more philosophical than evidential, but to me, the idea that something could come into existence is very questionable, because we're getting into the idea, well, where did it come from? Well, from nothing. Okay, so nothing can't produce something, and then so this is what I think. There's no such thing as ex nihilo creation at all in theism or atheism or anything in between. Everything that exists must have always existed, just perhaps in a different form. But there's no aspect of our universe that there's no, if you want to call it matter, energy, it all always existed, all the way back into infinities of history behind us. So let's try to nail this down. Like, so let's just take one I gave it earlier. Would you say that the speed of light is a brute fact? It's just something we observe and we can't explain it.
No, I think there's explanations to be given for that I think currently bottom out in some explanation of causality, because there's other things that have the speed of light, like the speed of the gravitational field or whatever. So if two things have something in common, they can't both. It's implausible that they both are brute. Probably there's something that they share in common, and I think the explanation currently rendered is something to do with the nature of causality. But beyond that, I think I would also have, you know, let's say empirical observational motivations to reject the eternality of the universe. Like seemingly universe is expanding and we wind the clock back, we get some sort of Big Bang type event.
Okay, well, there is an area where we're gonna Null, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I had a quick question. How do you view the Big Bang? Do you think it was just one um, focal point? Because I tend to have issue with like that idea. Um, and I actually think about it. I actually was able to connect it like with a theological idea pertaining to God, like the way this expansion works. I don't think it was at one certain focal point of an area and location. The Big Bang would have to be simultaneously at every location throughout every possible known location. It couldn't just been a fixed tiny point that people say because it wouldn't make sense of the type of expansion. So rather than having like an expansion, to me it seems like if God's omniscience is presence there, then the Big Bang happened everywhere, and it's just an outcome like of that event.
Yeah, so I'll answer. I don't know if anyone else wanted to answer that, but what I'll say is I do not believe in the Big Bang. I don't believe they have evidence for it. I think that I know that it was originally proposed by a Catholic theologian. I think that the Big Bang is one of these other scientific theories that they put out there. They say they have a lot of evidence for it, and the idea that they know the universe is expanding, I don't think they know that. Okay, do they have evidence, the red shift and things like that, and these other? Sure, they have, but there are other. I just think that the idea, the claim that we know there was a Big Bang is way oversold in the scientific community. And I personally believe in a steady state universe. I think it makes a lot more sense. And I think it much more corresponds to the evidence we have. But that's my personal opinion on it.
Yeah, I also wouldn't, just really quickly, I also wouldn't take it that I wouldn't say I know that, it is the case that the universe expanded from like a point. And when I say expanded, I don't mean like they expanded into like there was some nothingness and then it expanded into it. So no, I would agree with you. That would have to be at something like at every, because when people invoke the term universe, they essentially mean every point in space and time, even if there was something outside, right? Because then that would just get subsumed
Right.
in the
Yeah.
definition. So yeah, I would agree with you there. And I agree with A's that it's obviously possible that the universe is eternal. Like, I'm not going to say that it's impossible. I'm not even going to say that it's implausible. I would just say that there's seemingly evidence supporting that it's not, and I don't think anyone would be unreasonable in believing that it had a origin, at least as far as I'm aware.
Prateek, did you have a comment?
So I think that universe expand and contract at the same time, right? So I don't know if you guys agree with or not, but I have a firm belief that universe contract and expand at the same time. So yeah.
All right, well, Prateek, I'm going to have to tell you I don't think that's actually possible because those are mutually exclusive. That's a logical
So
impossibility.
again,
You can say, hold on. You can say it expands and then contracts, but you can't say it expands and contracts at the same exact time.
Are
See,
you
in
talking
universe
like
there's
a
a no
like a
concept of time,
shift?
right? See, in
I
universe
was
there's a no
go ahead.
concept of time, right? Okay?
Well, expansion and contraction will require the procession of time.
See, again, let's say I have a ball, right? I
Okay.
squeeze from one side, so it get expanded from other side, but it contract
He's saying
in
like
the
a
two different.
local, yeah,
Okay.
like local regions of
Oh.
expansion and local regions of
Okay.
contraction.
So you think
It's kind of
you,
complicated, but I just you can say I just it's kind of you can say difficult way to explain, but I firmly believe that the contraction and you can say expansion happened of the universe. Yeah.
so you think the universe is like this giant putty balloon that's in some places getting closer to the center and in some places expanding away from the center? I have a problem with that
See,
because
the thing. Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
I think I have a problem with the idea that the size of the universe is changing at all. Personally, I think the universe is infinite, just like God is infinite. I don't think it stops at any point. There's no like boundary. there's no like wall that you hit when you get to the like you go past the last star and there's like a wall there, or like a protoplasm shield or something that like, oh well, we can't go farther than this. Like I just think that the universe is infinite. It's filled, if you want to say that, with stars and matter and energy all the way until infinity. So to say it's expanding, in my opinion, it does not compute with me.
So what do you
Well,
think that expansion and contraction at the, I mean, you can say expansion will also happen, contraction also happen.
Well, you'd have to have a universe expanding and contracting. You'd have to have some sort of boundary to the universe. What does
So
what does this boundary look like?
You actually
let's say,
Well, let's go with Null and then Prateek. So Null, did you have
I was just gonna say it. The very simple thing of just heat and cold can account for the like a shrieking and a warping effect that would add to what he's talking about. Like just temperature in general, and great volume will again bend space time. It's just a matter of a cool temperature will whatever you can like warp metal the same way like like the structures of the crystals in the metal to bend because they're all lined up atomically a certain way. So you can bend metal. You just have to bend the atoms and stretch the atoms in order for the I don't know all the science. I'm out too, but once you stretch all that out, you can stretch out metal. So the same way you can like punch a hole and make a dent into it. It's just that produces indentation that it shifts the atoms, and so this is where you can get that. I think where Prateek is talking about, but again, I'm slightly ignorant on it.
Okay. Prateek?
We have a certain object in space that sucks things, right? And
Like a
certain
black
objects
hole?
that also, sorry.
Like a black hole?
Yeah, you can say that. It's
Okay.
you can say a kind of a, yeah, that's a known thing, right? Black hole, right? So uh, see, so in thermodynamics we don't know the, let's say, in a box, right? So we have a three walls. So for the universe we don't know the boundary, right? So it's kind of hard to imagine how the contraction, you can say expansion happened. But I firmly believe that it contraction and expansion happened, right? So yeah, I don't want to just have a, you can say, put this idea and just have a hammer down to every people. Yeah, you believe that, you believe that. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
well, I was gonna.
Everyone. So again, if we try to see, means every, you can say positive or negative effect happens, right? So if there's an expansion, there will be a contraction, right? So let's say if the Earth is getting older, right? So some new creation is also happening, right? So there's also, you can say, plus and minus happen at the same time. So that's why I see the universe can be expansion and contraction, right? So
Okay. Howdy, did you have something to say?
Not on that. I think that went over my head. But my thought was, well, what they mean by expansion is that the distance between objects is increasing, not that the infinite. Because a lot of people think that it's infinite and still expanding. I don't think that's a contradiction if they just define it in those terms. One way you could think of it, one question I was thinking, which I obviously don't have the answer to, is if I went in one direction, right, and I go in an infinite in one direction, would I come back to where I am now? So you could say that it's unbounded, and or you could say that it's bound. So these are different questions, like, because when you say infinite, like, I take it like as trivially true, it's infinite depending on what you mean, because obviously that's sort of like a relative term, because you like for between like any two moments, because you're like a eternal, like you a fan of eternity or whatever. So like between any two instants of time, right, there's half that time and then a fourth, and so it's like there's been so many seconds and then twice that many half seconds, and so like you could say, you know, between any two moments in time there's an infinite amount of time. It just depends on like what you're using to like what's your ruler, like what's your measurement stick. But a related question that I don't have an answer to, that I sometimes think about, is it bounded or unbounded? That is to say, if I go in a direction infinite, would I ever return to where I am now, or would I just keep going and going and going and going? You know what I mean? So you can think of like a bounded object, like a circle, right? And if I go around the circle, I come back to where I was, and I can go on forever. And so the universe being currently, like, I would assume some 4D space-time manifold, could be in a 5D sphere, and that sphere, you can call it expanding, and what they mean to say by that is that the distance between objects is increasing, and how the only way that could be modeled is if this 5-dimensional object was quote unquote expanding. But that's sort of loose with the words, I think.
Prateek?
So let's say a measurement thing, right? So again, we want to have a reference frame in the, you can say, universe, but we can't have, means we can't measure anything in, I think, in space, right? So also there's a concept of wormholes that there, right? That for reach from A point to B point, let's say if person travel with a wormhole, it will travel way faster than again having some travel that same distance, right? So again, I think in the universe, I think it has many dimension to think. I think the we can't measure what shape of the universe is. So that's why I think uh, the we can only deal with the dimensions, right? So a number of dimension is there. So and also let's say I don't think that time scale can be a scale in the universe happened, right? So
I want to touch on something that was said about the Big Bang Theory, and specifically the expansion of the universe. I want to harp on this a little bit, because I think the Big Bang Theory is one of the most overhyped. Well, I guess evolution is probably the most overhyped theory in science, but Big Bang Theory is right alongside it, along with climate change. We won't get into that, though. They're all these things that people claim they know when they really can't know them, just because we can't measure things like that. But when it comes to the Big Bang Theory, there's two aspects of it that need to be in place. One, there needs to be the singularity. So the singularity has to be part of the Big Bang Theory. Now, Null just provided an alternative idea, which is that it was an infinite number of singularities. But according to the current theory, as it's presented in, quote, mainstream science, there was one singularity from which everything began to expand. And okay, so that's one aspect of the theory that has to be in place. The other aspect is, of course, the expansion of the universe itself, because the idea of it banging is actually the idea of it expanding. So it started smaller than it is, and it continues to grow. So why do they say it's expanding? Well, it actually isn't just that objects are getting farther from one another. It's that the expansion of the fabric of the space-time of the universe itself is causing. It's not because there are multiple reasons for why objects are getting farther apart. One, they could just be moving farther apart from each other in space. But that's not what scientists say. Scientists are saying that the reason things are going farther apart is because the fabric of space-time itself is expanding, because the boundaries of the universe is expanding, and that's what's causing the red shift between galaxies and all that. Okay, there may be evidence for that. I'm not going to go ahead and say there is, but I can't definitely say there isn't. But what I will say is there is absolutely no evidence of a singularity, and they have, if there was a singularity 14.3 billion years ago, they have no idea what its nature is. They even admit the laws of physics and mathematics break down at that point, which makes no sense either. So I think that people need to question the Big Bang Theory. I think that there's not a lot of evidence for it. I think that it's very theoretical in nature, and people need to move away from saying the Big Bang Theory is absolutely what's true. Again, I'm not saying it's definitely false. I just want people to understand that if they think that the Big Bang Theory is absolutely proven, I'm sorry, that is nowhere close to true. There is some evidence for it, just like there is some evidence for evolution, but it is far from a proving theory. And I think that other theories make more sense, specifically the steady state theory. But that didn't actually respond to anything anyone said. I kind of want to focus in on, let's go back to, in my opinion, anything we observe, you can't just say that's the way it is. There has to be a basis for why it is. So I want to ask, like, does anyone here believe that it's
Hey, I have
possible?
a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you tell that you believe that universe is a steady state, right? So I'm
Yes.
just trying to. So means why you think that, and what, and if, and let's say, could you define what's the steady state in terms of means how you think, right?
Basically, well, the steady state universe is that, first of all, the universe has always existed. It doesn't have a beginning point, so that's one aspect of it. Another aspect of it is that the matter and energy in the universe are constantly basically being recycled. So stars die, the matter in the universe kind of basically reforms itself over an eternity of time. There's no beginning point to the universe, there's no end to the universe. It all just kind of shifts around in eternity. But in a state, in a sort of steady way, and the reason it's steady is because we would look out in the universe, it's very uniform. The distribution of matter is more or less, I mean, there's pockets here and there, but it's somewhat uniform. So, all right, I've talked, that's my understanding. Null, then Prateek.
So my only
So
problem with the
Let's hear
implying
Null.
a steady
Go ahead.
implying a steady state is that across the universe it seems impractical because we would expect other life forms like us to be more around because if we compare our Earth and our environmental zones and what we have, I'm not saying there aren't any ecological dead zones that don't exist, but what I'm saying is there should definitely be a more of abundance of mega life form like us on different planets, and we're just not potentially seeing that. So that's like one thing that because I was thinking about that the other day, like the uniformity of like yeah, because atheists will make that point. There's the uniformity in nature. But if you think about it, if it really is uniform at a dynamic scale, why don't we see it? Why don't we see that life out there, especially more in our own solar system? It we, it doesn't make sense for that, especially since it's supposed to be this continuous system. We're like one out of a rare chance, and that just doesn't add up.
Okay, I have an answer, but
It's,
Prateek, did you want to answer?
so I have a question. Like do you assume that A means universe has a finite boundary? Because I don't have it. Means do you believe in
No,
contraction or
no. There's no expansion and contraction. It's
means
just an
universe
infinite
have a
thing.
finite boundary, right?
No, it doesn't. There's no boundary to the universe. I see. I don't know how anyone could claim there's evidence of a boundary.
No, so I'm thinking about in terms of thermodynamics, right? So that's why I'm trying to you can say ask this question to you, right? So okay.
Yeah.
Maybe he's asking if you think the universe is a closed system thermodynamically or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can, yeah. So, that's why I'm trying to ask, right? If he assumed that Earth has a finite boundary, means sorry, universe has a
That
finite boundary. So
that's
that's why the concept of flow system comes in, right? So yeah.
I would say it is a closed system, but it paradoxically it's an infinite closed system because yeah, nothing ever gets created or destroyed. It only changes form. So, and as for Null's point about, well, if the universe has existed eternally, then what you would expect, advanced life to have formed in this eternity. And I will say that to me, perhaps it has. Maybe the UFOs and the abductees are right. Maybe there really is this, and it could be a possibility. Let's say, okay, let's take Earth for example. Let's say we get advanced enough to travel to other stars and things like that. But let's say we do it in such a time frame that our sun blows up and consumes Earth, and then the astronauts don't have anywhere to go, so they die too. So this could have happened a number of times where civilizations came and then died in the eternity of history. But there's a lot of people out there who think that aliens exist, and maybe they do. I'm not saying they don't. I think that's consistent with Christianity, and I don't have a problem with it. So I would say that I think that there is life elsewhere in the universe, and I think probably maybe it has come to Earth, and maybe it is more technologically and just from a knowledge standpoint superior to humanity. But let's go. Let's try to get back to the original argument about the existence of God, and thinking about probabilities. And specifically, I want to go to Howdy because he's the one who's agnostic. I don't know, Prateek. I think you said you were Hindu. Null, I don't know what your perspective is, but I think it's probabilistically almost certain that some God exists, and by God I mean obviously an intelligent source of creation, or at least life. Because I think that the teleological argument is actually the strongest argument for God, and specifically, I tend to believe, as far as the evidence I've seen, that creation, and by creation I mean the creation of life, there must have been a special creation of life. Because I don't see the laws of nature being sufficient in themselves to have created, if you want to use that term, life. I don't think the complexity of life speaks of blind materialistic causes arranging things in such complex forms. So what is your opinion on the debate between creation versus evolution, Howdy?
Well, I think it's almost impossible to get out of at least microevolution. Even most literal six-day creation theists have sort of given up that ghost. I mean, macroevolution certainly seems to be more plausible to me than some theistic account of creation. And you seem to be arguing two different things. It's almost like a half intelligent design, like complexity of life is what you alluded to, and then also the teleological argument, which is like something completely different about, and as far as I'm aware, about so some intentionality, but behind existence, like it must have some purpose or something. So I'm sort of unclear about what you're getting at, maybe.
Well, it's a specific application of the teleological argument, which is the existence of life itself, so biological life forms. So let's try to dig down. Let me ask you this question: If evolution, like the gradual naturalistic type talked about by Darwin and basically continuing to today, if it was to be proven false, would that to you establish that some God or intelligence must have been involved in the creation of life?
I don't know how to answer that. I haven't thought about it, I guess.
Yeah. Think about that one.
Yeah. I mean,
because can you, let's just say somehow, some way, evolution is proven false. How else would life have gotten to what it is and where it is, except by some intelligent causation? You see?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily the case, but maybe it could be one of those. So generally, if you're familiar with like atheistic literature, like Oppie and them, and the strongest, I think, apologists for theists, it's going to be some sort of cumulative case like that, where we take evidences into account. It's not going to be some bulletproof syllogism. It's going to be something like, what's inference to the best explanation for some things. So if if every other I guess at some point it would be, because if you remove every explanation other than God, then I guess it would at some point have to be God. But I don't know. It's
to me, and I haven't heard a skeptic, atheist, agnostic, anyone provide, if naturalistic causes were proven to be insufficient for the complexity or origin of life, I haven't heard a suitable alternative provided besides an intelligent being of some sort. So, to me, this is a true dichotomy. If naturalism is proven false as it pertains to biological life, then some mind must, or intelligence must be behind life, which would come pretty close to God, if not, very God. Do you agree with that?
Well, if you mean by some natural explanation, I take it that it's somehow that there exist in reality some laws of physics which are suspended supernaturally in order to account for something that's unable to be, or something along those lines. I mean, that would commit everyone to some form of supernaturalism. I don't think it necessitate a mind necessarily. I think like by definition we would be supernatural. That would be something supernatural, and maybe God would be the best explanation for it. But
Well, okay, I see what your point is, and it's a good point. What I'm trying to say is that the dichotomy would lie between, is an intelligent mind the best explanation, or the mindless procession of matter through space according to the laws of physics. If the mindless, unguided procession of matter and energy through space, guided by only the laws of physics, was proven insufficient, then an intelligent mind must necessarily be the explanation. Could I get you there?
no, I don't see any reason to accept that dichotomy. It could be some other supernatural occurrence. That doesn't. I don't see why it would necessitate a mind.
So can you provide an alternative besides a mind at this current time?
Well, obviously, I don't have to in order to not accept an argument, but I could say anything. I could say a supernatural mindless strawberry shortcake, or whatever I would appeal to. Which, I mean, I would just say it's just something supernatural that we don't know much about. But let's say, oh well, it has to be something. Pick something. I mean, like I would agree, and this is where I say maybe you could give some cumulative case where, okay, like maybe it's more plausible that it has some intentionality, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't think like it's, again, when you say necessary, this is actually an extremely hard burden to meet, and there's like a handful of things that meet that, so I usually avoid that word.
Right, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, within the realm of what we experience, there's basically two potential explanations for anything we observe, uh, which would be either naturalistic processes, and by naturalistic I mean simply matter and energy and the laws of physics, or those things which are the result of a mind acting with intentionality. So you could say a skyscraper is natural because minds are natural, but nevertheless, a mind was required to create that. Whereas a sand dune, uh, no mind is necessary to create the sand dune. All right, it just happens because of the sand blowing around with the wind and all that.
Oh, you're going for like a watchmaker thing. Yeah, I don't, this is like, it's not motivational to me at all, but what's weird is you say Sandu doesn't require mind at all, which is sort of like you're arguing for the opposite in the argument, but it's like this weird juxtaposition. Yeah, I don't find watchmaker argument very persuasive.
Really?
No.
So if we could by probability determine that naturalistic processes are almost impossible to explain what we observe in terms of biological complexity, that wouldn't uh, convince you that perhaps some intelligent intervention was necessary?
Well, even if the thing is like it could be recursively, like let's say humans create life somehow, right? And you could say, oh well, therefore, you know, life requires them. What's funny is they run this argument. They say, well, scientists haven't created life in a lab. It's too complex. So until that day, intelligent design. Well, it's like, well, if they did, then that's sort of it doesn't. It's non-discriminatory to the argument. But I don't think you're making that argument. It's just an aside.
Well, what those people say is true. If scientists were to create life in a lab, it would only prove that life can be created by an intelligent being.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they can't say that they can't say that because we haven't. Therefore, like it can't be both evidence for something and against something. If that makes sense. But
I guess
yeah,
what I'm trying to argue here is that if it's theoretically established or in some way demonstrated that evolution couldn't have happened by purely matter moving around in space, then we have to ask, well, how did it happen? And to me, one other explanation, we know that a mind can manipulate matter to achieve certain ends. So to me, based on experience, intelligent design would become the most plausible explanation in that circumstance. Would you agree with that?
okay. So for intelligent design,
Don't worry about the label. Just the idea that a mind was necessary becomes the most plausible explanation based on what we know and experience.
I mean, if you say something like, we know for certain that a mind can't create life, therefore a mind created life, I guess, I mean, that seems like
a non-mind can't create life.
Yeah, if we can say for sure that a non-mind is unable to create life and life exists, therefore there exists a mind, like I guess that's like trivially true, but I don't think that captures like what's sought after.
Well, and by the way, Andy has joined us, and I want to hear what you have to say. Okay, this one guy has left. So thank you for having been here. In my opinion, am I lagging? No, I'm not. The mathematics does show that it's extremely unlikely that the laws of physics and chemistry could have resulted in life arising simply on its own like that. So to me, that means that we have to ask, well, what else could it have been? And in my opinion, well, it must have been a mind, because I can't think of anything else besides a mind manipulating matter to achieve the end. And I haven't heard anyone propose a viable alternative to a mind in the case that non-mind is demonstrated to be almost impossible. So I'll let, first of all, Andy, I don't know if you wanted to respond to that or just give some other idea, but Howdy, if you want to respond to that as well. Go ahead, Andy.
No, I don't necessarily have too much to say. I have been reading the Old Testament lately, though, and I will say, in some sort of level of defense to what you're saying, though I'm not convinced of a God existing, I will say that there's way more historical truth to the Old Testament than people make it out to be. I haven't read it since I was a teenager, so I'm sort of like re-remembering a lot of stuff.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that was more interesting to me. I wasn't really like coming on here to defend agnosticism. I was really more interested in like Christianity. And
okay, let's go that way.
Because that's what I.
Okay. Let's pivot then. Let's get away from the philosophical. I think that I just want to end it here though. I think that evolution has been proven to be false. And when you ask yourself, and when I say evolution, I've already defined evolution as the unguided procession of matter and energy from a simple life form to more complex. I think it's been proven mathematically impossible. So when I think of viable alternatives, the only one I can think of that even is a possibility is a mind. Now, if someone wants to give me another possibility or alternative I haven't thought of, I'd love to hear it. But And if anyone wants to comment on what I've just said before we move on, obviously I don't want to just kind of, not let you do that. But moving to Christianity, Prateek, did you want to make a quick comment before we move to Christian doctrine?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Eric, for hosting me. Right, so I'm leaving. And
Yeah, I'm always you ask very good questions, Prateek, and they're thoughtful questions, and I appreciate that.
And also, these questions could you ask other Christians also, because I want to know their, you can say, point of view, right? So yeah, thank you.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
I guess my closing, really quickly before you go, I guess my closing thoughts on that would be the first hurdle of that argument is like I think impossible to, but even if it were shown, right? I mean, presumably someone could postulate some life-giving law, and that would be like more theoretically virtuous because it's not postulating a different kind of entity. It would just be some other natural law that we're as of yet unaware of.
Yeah, okay, you could posit as a possibility, but is it something that we currently observe and experience as a possibility? I would say no. So if we're going to go by what we do currently experience and observe and think about possibilities from within that framework, I only see the mind as being an alternative. But again,
actually, okay, let me end with this actually, because you would agree that then if it's not something natural, it would be supernatural, and you would call it something like miraculous, where the ordinary goings on are suspended for something, I forget how to describe it, but it would be like a miraculous event.
There's no miracles in creation. There's nothing that happens beyond what is theoretically established by the essence of God. And the essence of God, the laws of physics are a manifestation of the essence of God. So there's nothing supernatural. There's only what appears to be supernatural and miraculous, but there's nothing actually supernatural and miraculous.
So then you would agree that there's some natural life-giving law is just being invoked by some agentic mind, whereas they would just say that even if that was the case, they would just say that, okay, there's this life-giving law, but there's still no reason to postulate another being.
No, I would say that the being with a mind is the best explanation. If there's a life-giving law, then they would have to establish that. But that beings with minds exist is something that's already established, and that minds can accomplish what immaterial matter. Yeah. So no,
from what I understood, you just granted that it would be some life-giving law. Like you said, there's nothing supernatural. Like God would be using some unknown to us physical law that creates life.
No, God would be using his mind. That was part of my definition of God, is that God is the source of creation and that God has a mind. So God's using his mind just like humans use their minds. Your mind controls your body. Your mind takes precedence over the physical. Okay? So minds control the physical is secondary to the mental. At the human level and at the deistic level. This is what people need to understand, is the mind of a human transcends the physical body. It supersedes the physical body. The mind is what controls us, just like the mind of God is what controls the universe. So there's nothing supernatural about that. It's just is what it is. It's science. That's literally scientific.
Okay, but I guess I'm just confused. Like, are you saying there are no laws of physics, or are you saying that there are and there's some one or multiple laws that God can invoke in his mind to bring about life?
The laws of physics are basically how we describe what God has decided how the universe will operate and the aspects of the universe. So the laws of physics, they exist, but what they really are is the manner in which God has determined how things behave and operate.
Okay, but even in that case, when you're saying that there's some new way in which God operates that we haven't, because we're not, watching God come around and, spawn aliens in front of us or anything like that either. So it would still be something that we're not really observing at this time. And I think that, I don't know, you don't like the term miracle, but so the Humean skeptic, like the most plausible, so even in your example, if it's just some agentic mind invoking some other way, some other mode of presentation to us, that is like by definition the least likely explanation, right? So even if it's even if anything else is completely implausible, something like that, like I mean, I think would be classified as a miracle. In Hume's argument against miracles is that even if we saw it for ourselves, right? Like that, even if we saw God come and spawn an alien in front of us and say, "Here, I'm God," and then he went away after a minute or two. Even in that case, the most plausible explanation would be something like, "Oh, we were hallucinating," or something along those lines, just on definitions of the terms. But I wouldn't
Well,
go that far.
we have to explain how life got here and the way it is somehow. So we have to think about what it could have been. And if mindless matter moving through space can't do it, then we have
Yeah.
an alternative that we experience. Like mindless matter moving through space can't create a spaceship, but what can? A being, an agent with a mind manipulating matter. So if mindless matter, so we have a direct. The thing is, it wouldn't be a human mind; it would be the mind of God. It would be God's mind. So we have a direct a correlation, or we have a framework for comparison to say that this is plausible because humans have minds that can act in reality. God also has a mind that can act in reality. It's not supernatural. It's not miraculous. It's beyond our understanding, but it's
Yeah, but
within the. Go ahead.
this it's just the spaceship thing and the watchmaker thing. This is just like, to me, this just sounds like intuition pumping, because you don't even grant that there's mindless matter. Like when I say what created a hill, you would say God. You wouldn't say some mindless physical processes,
No, I
right?
would. I would. Yeah, the hills are made by mindless physical processes. The geological formations. There's no reason to invoke an intelligence there or a mind. But
Or
there is.
so God didn't create the earth, you would say?
Uh,
He created he created the environment in which the earth was created, is how you'd phrase it.
I would say God created the matter from which the earth formed, and also perhaps at times would have, yeah, maybe would have had to intervene in. I'm just saying there's no reason you need to suppose that a mountain, because mountains, I believe, can be explained by geological processes, but a smartphone can't. So there are things that can plausibly be explained by naturalistic processes, and there are things that can't. Okay, so that's where I would go with that. Like, did God create, the mountain ranges and things way back when? Perhaps, but I see no reason to necessarily suppose that. See what I'm saying?
Okay, I feel like I'm like dragging the conversation back. We
Yeah,
can
think about
move
it.
on.
Think about it. What I'm trying to
Yeah.
get you to understand is that the idea that God doesn't exist is mathematically impossible based on what we observe. If you think
You
about everything
should
that
publish that. You'd be the most famous philosopher to ever exist.
other people have made, I'm just repeating what I didn't make this up myself. But anyways, yeah, I do want to make a hard stop here and move to Christian doctrine and things like that in the Bible and stuff like that. So I didn't know if you wanted to stick around and participate in that conversation a little bit.
No, I'm knee deep in the Bible, bro.
So, but you're a skeptic and an agnostic. But so
Yeah.
what motivates you to be interested in what the Bible says, just to kind of like argue with people and understand them, or do you actually like want to try to believe it at some level? Like what's
Well, I mean, I have an interest in it. Like, it's sort of,
are there questions you have about it? Like, are there doubts as to its veracity in various
oh,
aspects?
I don't believe it to be true. Like, I'm agnostic. Like it could be true. Like, I don't see, I mean, maybe there's some contradiction, but I mean, it's certainly possible. I think it's implausible, but I just find it interesting. Even if I don't want to offend anyone, but even as like, some fictional story, but even as like a historical artifact that sort of societies and people have sort of, it's made, it's incredibly relevant, like ethically, culturally. So I like, why wouldn't I be interested in reading it?
Okay. All right, that's fine. So, and going back to Andy, you were saying that you've been rereading the Old Testament, and it struck you as being more reflective of actual history than you had remembered.
Yeah, maybe not all of it. I think later on throughout the Old Testament, it starts to get a little bit more kind of open-minded. But in the beginning, and I'm not saying that the old books are completely 100% true either. I don't think that, but there does seem to be some like true hearkening back to the Bronze Age collapse going on, where there's like they're talking about like, you know, how am I trying to say this? Like they're mentioning empires being in like the land of Philistia that we do have archaeological evidence for and things like that, and destructions of certain cities that like we do have archaeological evidence that they were destroyed during a time period. It's kind of confusing subject, and I've also been looking into like there's a Semitic group from the land of Canaan, maybe Western Mesopotamia, that was called the Hyksos, that moved into Egypt in the 1700s BCE, and they ruled Egypt. Actually, it was the only foreign ruler that Egypt had during that time. A group of Canaanites or Semitic people were ruling Egypt for 200 years, and I kind of wonder if I'm just trying to connect the dots that if these Hyksos people that ruled Egypt that were like Semitic Canaanites was Joseph, and his people.
That's an interesting theory. Let me so there's a question arises. So the problem with the biblical narrative and corresponding it to the Hyksos is that according to the Bible, these people never actually had complete authority over Egypt. Joseph was given authority by Pharaoh. So it doesn't seem to be
true. That's true, but he had unlimited authority except for the Pharaoh's throne, it said. He had literally every bit of power that the Pharaoh had except for his throne.
What's funny is it even said the Pharaoh didn't even do anything. Like the only thing the Pharaoh cared about was what his next meal would be. So essentially, the Pharaoh was like Joseph's pet at that point.
He's kind of like one of those drug dealers that sends out another drug dealer to sell all the drugs, and you just sit back and make the money. It's like what the Pharaoh was doing with Joseph. He's like, you just do everything, and I'll technically be the name and power, but you handle it all.
That is interesting. Yeah, one reason I think that, well, just to dwell on, let's dwell on this a little bit. That is an interesting theory. I might have heard that at some point. I've heard about people talking about the Hyksos in the past and its relation to the Old Testament, and some people have. Now that I think about it, yeah, I remember someone proposing that the Jews, whatever you want to call them, are the Hyksos.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Jews moved into Egypt, and then at some point, one way or another, they left and they moved into modern day Palestine, Israel, whatever you want to call it, and that's kind of like the real history of what the Bible is talking about. Is that kind of what you're going for?
Yeah, well, I think that there's some truth to it, and I think maybe that truth lies in studying the Hyksos. They're a group that I'm kind of unfamiliar with. I don't really know anything about their culture yet, but from what I understand, there's not a lot that we do know about the Hyksos. But it seems like it's a way to make the story work at the moment, and that's what I'm trying to understand. I know that all of it's not true, but the more I read it, the more I realize that they are trying to like attach mythology to a real history, and that I think that there's like a ton that we can actually learn from the Old Testament if we really look into it more. I also watched this little video about the Hyksos, not about the Hyksos, but just from this guy that was kind of trying to do the same thing that I'm trying to do right now, and he put together some sort of rough dating of like how when Joseph would have moved into Egypt and all of these things would have like it even went into the life of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and like when their lives would have been to try to like build a framework around the Hyksos being expelled and or growing to power and being expelled or whatever. It does seem to kind of line up to some loose level. I also wanted to say about the Old Testament that I think I don't really have a good case to make for this, but as I read through Genesis and Exodus, and I get the feeling that the story was changed and that Jacob was not originally the chosen son. I feel like I don't even want to say this because I don't really have a good case to make for it, but I just get a feeling that it was a redaction and that because the story of Jacob, I don't know. It just seems so unlikely.
Does it strike you as, it seems like there was an original story that someone didn't like, so they kind of changed it a little bit to make it so Jacob ended up being the favored son?
Yes, I think that Esau was originally the language of the story makes it out to be like Esau is this badass warrior and Jacob is like this little soy cuck, living in the house that just grows vegetables and doesn't know how to hunt, and it's like all of a sudden Jacob is all just stealing his blessing from his brother and stealing his birthright from his brother, and it's like, wait, why would they even make him steal that thing? Why not just make Jacob the oldest son in the story? I don't know.
Well, one theory that some people have posited is actually because the traditional thing is that there was originally one kingdom that split, right? But some people think that there was two kingdoms that merged and they sort of had to blend their stuff and they sort of were one-upping each other in their theology, which I thought was, somewhat interesting because you do read at some parts where it's like, it seems like weird, like why would they say it in this way? Like it seems like someone's like, like sort of what you were saying.
You're making the way that you said it is accurate. Like it's in the wording. It's like the way it stands out as like super suspicious just when you read through it.
I wouldn't agree with you completely, but I do think it's like interesting, like how it's phrased at times.
I'd have to go back because I have read. So I'm not bragging or anything. I've read the entire Bible multiple times, but it has been a while since I've gone through the Old Testament from beginning to end. So I have to like go back and look at it in that light. But yeah, I do remember thinking that this could be something that I've heard theories that the Bible authors were looking at real historical records and kind of backfitting their preferred narratives onto things.
I don't think that could be the case. I mean, most likely, people were, living in reality and had their religion, and then let's say, we won a battle. Oh, God helped us in this way, and then when we lose a battle, oh, God was punishing us for this reason, sort of thing. That's more of like the standard, scholarly, critical.
Yeah,
they view it.
I pretty much hold to that concept too. I also think that just to add to what I was saying, man, I'm losing my thoughts. There was another thing. Jacob. Oh yeah. So in Exodus, I think it was whatever book mentions. Who was it that they buried in Haran? Was it Haran? Was it Isaac?
Who did what?
Who did they bury in Haran? Was it Isaac?
Oh, I don't know.
Like whatever, one of the patriarchs got buried in Haran, which is a city west of the Jordan River. And the narrator says it's beyond. They said it's beyond the Jordan when they talk about Haran, but Haran is west of the Jordan. We know that for a fact. And so the narrator was a person speaking from beyond the Jordan themselves, which would have meant they were speaking from east of the Jordan, and the Edomites did indeed live east of the Jordan. of Haran.
That is an interesting point. Obviously, I mean, I'm not disputing what you're saying. I would have to confirm it, but that yeah, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, there's something about, well, here's the thing. Obviously, not a lot of Christians are going to want to agree with me, and I'm trying to reach Christians. But yeah, when you read the Old Testament, questions are constantly arising about how the stories are written, why they're written the way they're written, why they appear. Like, for instance, one story that confuses me, and I know confuses a lot of people, is when Jacob wrestles with God, and it just kind of pops out of nowhere and doesn't seem
His
to
hip?
be.
Sorry, that
Go
was a
ahead.
funny joke. When you said it pops out of nowhere, and I said his hip.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even intend that, but yeah, you're right. But it just kind of like is there, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and it's like,
Oh yeah, a lot of it's just something there that what's the like what why so one that stick really quickly, one that sticks out to me is whoever avenged him sevenfold, they'll avenge him 77-fold, and he just goes off the
Yeah.
page and like it disappears and never is seen again. It's like someone, it's like that was somebody's dad, and he's like, I gotta get my name in there.
right. It's a bizarre segment, and it does strike of like somebody like feeling like they needed to include this, but like just wanting to kind of toss it in. I don't know
Yeah, it
what's
doesn't
going on.
really like it doesn't flow, like some things don't seem to like flow like like because when I read it, like there's like it's flowing, and then there's like
Right.
this verse or two. It's like, whoa, what's this doing here?
Not only is the story itself very odd, like Jacob physically wrestling with God, but even the way it appears in the narrative is odd itself. Like you said, it just kind of is there, and then they move on from it. It's like, oh, Jacob just wrestled with God. Let's move on. Let's get back to what we were talking about.
I do think a
So,
lot of that stuff gets cleared up in the New Testament, though, or at least a lot of those things are like, oh, because like it's like, well, why is anyone cursed who hangs on a tree, or like, why is this serpent being lifted up to heal these people who look at it? It's where at that time without the New Testament, oh, that's just a thing that happens, but with progressive revelation, looking back on it, things can sort of there's something there to it. So maybe there's something to a lot of those other ones, but I don't know why some of those things are there still.
all right. So Kelvy asks, why not just say it's false? Why even associate with a religion when you don't? Well, it's not that I don't believe the documents. It's that I there are portions of the documents that are questionable. So what you have to ask, Kelvy, what does it mean? What is Christianity? This is the topic of the discussion. What is Christianity? Is it believing every single word of the Bible? Or is it like following Christ and his teachings? Like, I can believe that, Christ is, God's servant and Messiah without necessarily believing that there was a talking donkey, thousands of years before that leading the ark, wherever it went,
Well, I guess the question is like, does one have to believe total inerrancy or total theological inerrancy to be a professing Christian? I guess that's not really my expertise, but I don't
think
know.
the answer is no. But obviously, there's gonna be a line like, how much can you disbelieve? And there are people out there, and I'm not saying I'm one of them, but there is even an early church father. I don't remember what his name is. I think it was like Samuel of Miletus or something like that. But he was a bishop in the early church, and when I say early, in the first few centuries, I can't remember exactly when. But he literally he taught his congregation, or whatever you want to call it, that the entire Old Testament was mythological.
Oh, you're talking about the guy who you're not talking about the guy who thought there was two gods, one of them was evil and one of them was
No,
good.
that's Marcion.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
not Marcion. It's another guy. There was an early church father who literally was a Christian who said, yeah, Moses and and Jacob and all them and David. Yeah, it's all a myth. There's no these people didn't really like. He actually said that. I'm not saying I agree with him, but I'm just saying, like, let's say he goes that route. He was a church father. He was. Let me try and figure out who this guy was.
I agree with what you're saying, Ace. I don't think I think like for instance, if you were to reject one book of the Bible because it just stands out as pure fiction to you or something, or you have good reasons to doubt that one book is true, but you accept literally every other book in the Bible, I don't know. I don't see like there's people like certain denominations reject some books that other denominations accept. I don't know. I don't see why those people would be damned.
Yeah, I agree
One thing
with you.
it's on my mind is one thing that I think should be remembered is throughout a majority of history, most, if not all, of the ecclesia was like illiterate. So presupposing that they all have to affirm everything in the Bible, or that there is a Bible and all this sort of thing, I'm sort of sympathetic to the view that they wouldn't necessarily have to, because I mean most people throughout all of history wouldn't be able to affirm such a thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like a lot of people might not, like until the Bible was composed, lots of people might only have had a few books of the Bible or one book of the Bible or something, and that was their foundation for their whole Judaism. They might not have had, until the whole book was composed.
Yeah, and like in the first 100 or 200 years, they didn't have a New Testament. They didn't have a New Testament until much later, actually. But even at that time, they didn't know how to read. It was just a couple of apostles and church people going around spreading the news with their words, not with any writings. They were just preaching, and they weren't preaching every line of the Old Testament. I mean, it was like I would think they were preaching something maybe like a Mark type gospel, because Mark to me reads like sort of something that was like spoken and said, like a story that people would go around and tell people. So I don't know.
Personally, I think the book of Job should be removed from the Bible.
Oh, I like
it. I do. It's one of my favorite stories, but I see what you're saying. It's like a newer story pretending to be way back during the time of Abraham, but it's like clearly written during the Babylonian exile.
Well, I don't know if I'd agree with that, but it does, first of all, strike me as being completely divorced from the rest of the biblical narrative in the original Testament. And it also strikes me as kind of being like wisdom literature is what they call it. Like, it's kind of like a fable almost that got recast as a
historical,
Jewish text in somehow.
Yeah, I definitely can see that.
But here's the thing. I do think that there must be some historicity to the Jewish narratives, because, like, how did we get this group of people, at least during the time of Christ, there's historical records dating how these people thought. They were extremely religious. They had these beliefs apparently dating back to antiquity, and I just don't think you get that from Moses and Jacob and Isaac being actual myths, and David and all them. I think there has to be some reality to this, in my opinion.
Right, they could be what are they called? Mythological, and not in a bad way, but there's like fiction and
mythologize is what
grandizing,
you're saying.
Sort of big
legendary
language. Yeah, legendary. That's what I meant. Sorry.
No, I think that they were real people. I think that, but whether everything that is said of them is true is obviously a question. But I really think that it's hard to see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe other people like.
Well, what's funny to me is when you said, "Oh, these hyper-religious people," and then according to the text, like they were like in a constant state of apostasy.
Well,
I know what you mean, but it was just funny comparing what you said to the
yeah.
text.
When
I
I
agree
said
with you though.
we will reach a point in time where when the Romans were trying to deal with the Jews, like the Jews were the only group of people the Romans were like, don't mess with them. They're too religious to if you they'd rather die than pray to Caesar. So just they were the only people given an exempt. This is what I've been told, anyways. The Jews were the only group of people in history who were given an exemption of praying to Caesar because they'd have to kill them all. So there is some you don't get that from Babylonian texts. There must be some deep history to all this, is what I'm saying. Or it not must be, but it seems more plausible to me that there's deep history to what the Jewish text than it's all just made up fiction. Thomas
something like, well, why are you taking this so seriously?
Right. Thomas, do you have any thoughts?
Well, I just came in. What was the specific topic that you guys are talking about?
I think he's talking about total inerrancy. Do you have to affirm total inerrancy to be Christian?
Yeah, let's go there. Do you have to?
Yeah, I would say you do. I would say absolutely.
Really?
A person does have to affirm total inerrancy. Now, a person ought to understand what the sense of Scripture is. Again, there's multiple senses of Scripture. Most people assume when they read Scripture that everything is to be read according to the historical sense, which is the idea that every single thing that's written is written as if it's a historical account or an eyewitness account, which is not true. And that's where you lead to, say, debates over what the book of Genesis means or something like that. But in terms of biblical inerrancy, I would say yes. If we hold to the concept that it's the word of God, then I would say it has to be inerrant in its very nature.
But why should we presuppose that the Bible is the word of God? Why can't we just approach it as a historical text like we approach a biography of Plato or something, or Caesar?
Well, I mean, when it comes to, the truths of, Jesus and other figures in the Bible, if we concede that there is some sort of divine truth in regards to God and in regards to other truths, what other source do we have to back that up?
I would just say there is reality, there's truth, and there are truths we can't know because they're beyond our ability to scientifically establish. So God reveals them to us through people like Jesus and the prophets. And, the means of communication, the text itself isn't the truth. The truth is whatever lies beyond the text. So we have, hold on one second. 2 Timothy 3:16. All Scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine and for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. Well, I never saw that one before. I guess I'm wrong.
To be clear, to me, I would just really quickly, I would take, to me, total inerrancy is different from what Eastern Thomas said, which I would classify as theological inerrancy, which I would, again, distinguish both of those from being inspired. I think those mean different things to me.
Well, if something's false, it can't be inspired. Would you agree with that?
I mean, it depends what you mean by false. I mean, it could fall into one of those like theological inerrancies, like what some people describe it as is looking at the truth through a through one of what are those colorful mirrors? Maybe looking at the truth through a kaleidoscope, or looking at the truth through a window. I forget what those are called.
Oh, the
stained glass window.
Yeah,
glass, looking at the truth through a stained glass window. Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying this is in the Bible. I'm just saying, if the Bible did say something like 2 + 2 = 5, then something like that wouldn't be inspired.
Well, it says that badgers and rabbits chew their cud, for instance. Like, we know that's not true.
maybe in
Like chewing your cud means that you have chambered stomachs and that you swallow and then regurgitate your food to rechew it. Rabbits and badgers don't do that, but it says they do.
What verse?
It's in Leviticus. I don't remember. It's when they're laying out the laws for what you're allowed to eat. I think it's like Leviticus 15 or something.
They shall not chew because they do not chew the cud. I'm surprised you haven't ran into that one. If you guys watch like anti-Christian apologists, which I don't think you should, but if you do, this is one of the ones that they go to. They have like 5 or 6 verses they hop to. One of those gotcha verses.
I also think that it's, it doesn't make much sense, like the animals, aside from the fact that badgers and rabbits don't chew cud. Just the fact that they're like making, like why would God make the distinction whether or not the animal has a split over? It's just so silly.
Well, I want
like camels are perfectly safe to eat. We know they're safe to eat, and they also contain a lot of water inside of their body too. It just doesn't make sense. It seems more likely to me that they were just saying that because of how useful camels are.
I mean, you might be right, but at the same time, maybe there's some long-term problems from eating camel. Hold on, I'm gonna have to. I had to mute Howdy because there was some serious background noise coming from him. I just had to let you know that I did that. I haven't looked into this too deeply. It doesn't bother me. Like if that part of the Old Testament is just straight up wrong, then so be it. But I also want to say that there could be an explanation that maybe in the context in which it's being said, chewing cud just means chewing your food. Is that a possibility?
No, from what I understand, and I shouldn't even be going here because I don't speak Hebrew, but from what I understand, the Hebrew word for cud, or to chew the cud, whatever they use, is like gerah, and gerah literally means to swallow and bring up again.
Okay. Well, then, yeah, it's in that case, maybe it's wrong. I would have to look into it, but again, that doesn't bother me. Because but somebody, I don't think you're allowed to post articles in YouTube comments because they get auto modded. I don't mod it; the YouTube automatically does. But if you give the title and author of the article, maybe. But again, Joseph, and Jesus answered him, saying, "It is written that man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word of God." So the question becomes, what's the word of God? Is it every single word in the Bible? Or let's say that there are 66 books in the canon, Joseph. What if I said Philemon is not the word of God? Like, am I still a Christian at that point? Like, can I believe the teachings of Jesus Christ without thinking that I need to read Philemon? What do you think? And Kelvy has joined us, so feel free to.
Well, to get it on topic, or to address the topic, what's Christianity there, and how's everybody? And hope everybody's good. If what you were just saying, like, and you asked me before too, if Philemon, if you don't believe it, the idea of being a Christian, in my estimation, is putting Jesus in the middle of all things, worshiping Jesus above all things and as the center of all things. And so, if you're going with, for example, what he established, the church he established, then, and because the issue what I said about, like, if you don't agree with Scripture, you're clearly choosing to assert your own understanding first. And I'm not saying that we're supposed to believe something we don't understand. The question is, are you actually just simply misunderstanding it or not? Because everything that you're kind of disagreeing with, just like the thing with Jacob's. What's like with Jacob wrestling with God? You're like, well, that doesn't seem like it belongs there. So I guess that's just, like, basically it's like sort of like philosophy. I think you told me before too that, like, somebody who's in the, like, a really good Taoist, for example, like, they're just as, like, saved pretty much. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you agree with that? Like, that they're pretty much just as well off in a relationship with their creator as a Christian?
Oh yeah.
Or as what you consider to be a proper Christian, not what I consider to be a proper Christian is somebody who believes Jesus is God and who believes the Trinity, that sort of thing. But I know that you think being a Christian is what your idea of it is, not what the church's idea of it, right? So would your idea of being a Christian basically be nearly the equivalent to a person who is following the tenets of Taoism to his best of his ability?
Well, it's not just that they're a Taoist. It's that the tenets of Taoism align with the truth of what God has commanded. So, yes, if a person is a Taoist and Taoism teaches basically us to live as God wants, then yes, a Taoist is going to heaven before someone who believes Jesus is God and in the Trinity. Absolutely, in my opinion. Even if that Taoist doesn't believe in Jesus as Lord and Savior.
I guess I could give my answer to like what is a Christian,
Okay, go
which
ahead.
probably doesn't hold too much weight around here, but I usually, because I know Paul and like it's biblically described. I don't know if these are to be taken like definitionally, but Paul sort of has a very simplistic understanding of it. And taking all that into consideration, I would say something like Jesus is the Christ, Jesus is the Son of God, Jesus died, and he rose from the dead, and he can give people everlasting life.
So
That's, I
your
think,
your definition of Christianity comes from Paul.
well, I wouldn't so because Paul describes it. He says, "I've determined to know nothing among you save Christ and him crucified." Or he says, "What's stopping me from getting baptized?" He says, "Well, do you faith that Jesus is the Son of God?" And in other places, and I think John describes it a couple of times in very simplistic terms, and from those, that's generally what I gather from those statements.
So let me ask you, so when we're trying to define the essence of what true Christianity is, shouldn't we start with what Jesus Christ said and then maybe because you when and I'm not trying to be critical or hostile, but you said I want to define what Christianity is, and then you base that on some things that Paul said. So right there, I'm having an issue because Paul is a secondary figure to Jesus Christ within Christianity. So I really think that we need to look first to what Jesus said, and then if other people have legitimate access to, authority, basically, then look to what they said for possible clarification.
I guess my only pushback, and then I'll cede my time, is that Jesus didn't author anything, and so you have eyewitnesses, and I guess you can disbelieve Paul, but assuming Paul's correct, he saw the risen Christ Jesus, which I think supersedes
The earthly Jesus.
the earthly
And
ministry. That's how Paul describes it. We knew him at once
plenty of
according to the flesh, but
amanuenses.
now. Go ahead.
I'd say Jesus had plenty of amanuenses, though.
Right.
There's no reason to suppose that Paul saw the risen Jesus. I guess
your opinion. I mean, you say that all the time about so many things that there's no reason to believe it. I mean, I beg to differ.
Okay. You don't like Paul. That's why. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There is a reason to believe Paul saw the risen Jesus because the book of Acts, chapter 9, says he did. Now, there rises the question, should we trust the book of Acts, chapter 9? And I'm going to go ahead and say, no, we shouldn't.
Well, there you go. I mean, one that's why I say I'm not saying you can't do whatever you want to do, but I'm just saying once you're at that point, then Christianity is just like a cultural shell that's over top of a more universal religion. Like, because I probably would have agreed with you before I was a Christian. I probably would have came on here and said, "Man, you got it going on. Let's spread this word that there's like a universal truth, an underlying truth underneath the humanity that people like to call God, and some people think Jesus spread it, but other people think the Buddha spread it, and other people and a good Christian is just like a good bodhisattva. Like there's no like that would have been great, but Yeah, there's so
Well,
many issues with that now because now
why-
you're supposed to trust your own judgment, and that's where the idea that we're lost sinners. Do you agree with that at all, or do you think we're just kind of?
Well, there are sinners and there are righteous people. So the idea of Christianity is to get these sinners to repent and become righteous. You can be
I think-
you can be a righteous Buddhist or Hindu.
In Christianity, you don't become righteous. You have the righteousness of Christ in you. That's the difference. Now, in a situation like Buddhism, you do seek to become, you achieve this particular enlightenment. But the thing is that Jesus, what people want to achieve in this quote unquote salvation is what Jesus has achieved. That's what you know the spiel. He achieved it for us. So we're not actually achieving anything. All we're doing is believing, and there is a transformation there that happens. It's not just like I sit there and just like now. A lot of Christians, maybe they do seek it in the same way that you're. I mean, again, you call yourself a Christian, so yeah. I mean, there are obviously lots of Christians that disagree with me, but I'm just saying how. I guess the argument is how, and what is the best way to actually put Christ in the center of all things, and what does that mean? Does it mean just because if you're just listening to him like another Moses, and he's not the center? You know,
Well, Christ is a sinner because I put my faith in him that he taught the true path to salvation and no one else did. Not Paul, not Muhammad. Other people might have taught the same truth, but Jesus is the one who taught it in its perfect clarity and perfection.
yeah, but if he's teaching, if he's saying, hey, here's how you build salvation, like he's giving you like a blueprint, is kind of like the way I'm perceiving that you're saying. Like he's giving you a blueprint. And if you don't build it properly, well, then you're not saved. Whereabout, in my understanding, which I think is the actual good news of the gospel, is that Jesus, he is the blueprint. And when we're with him, he basically carries us up to the top of that structure, rather than forces us to build it ourselves. Does that make any? And that, therefore, because if you're saying, well, the center is his teaching, but what is his teaching? Is something that we do with ourselves, and now we become the center, not him. And then it's Usianity, right? Not Christianity.
Sorry, I was halfway dealing with someone else in the comment section. I'm trying to. I don't understand how people don't see the validity of Kelvy. The thing is, your version of Christianity is not actually original Christianity. It's a construct of the Roman Catholic Church. Okay, do you understand that?
You want to back that up with evidence?
Yeah,
I wish it was.
Yeah, so the
did you know how much of this I've studied and read for the past 5 years?
I understand that, but you need to understand that how do you approach things? Okay, so
why don't you be a little more specific? Because I didn't know a lot of the stuff that I do know now until I read this history of the early church, and that's why I'm being so ardent.
Well, let's take the canon. Like when you say I'm deleting books from my own understanding. What?
You literally denied the book of Exodus, dude. You said it has errors in it.
I don't deny the book of Exodus.
You said it has. If it has errors in it, based on your assertion, then where does God get to actually perform? If you're like, this couldn't happen, a talking donkey, that's ridiculous. What about where Jesus says, "Drink my blood"? Is that ridiculous too? What about where Scripture says that the blood of the grape, which is referring to the virgin birth, which is referring to Christ having a holy father? Like, do you believe that Jesus was born of a virgin? Like, do you believe like miracles and stuff? Because how come an atheist couldn't just say that's crazy? How can I think the virgin birth is a metaphor or something?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to believe the virgin birth to be a Christian, but I don't take a stance on them because I don't think that they're essential doctrine. Like, I think that what's essential is basically that Jesus was a real person, and his path to salvation is the correct one. The Bible itself is.
What does that mean, though? Sorry for interrupting.
Like, there were decades, Kelvy, after the death of Christ where there was no New Testament at all. So
there was still a message, and
there was right.
There was the all right. So yeah, I agree. Like maybe the first books of the New Testament are written around the 40s, which is like 10 or 15 years after Jesus died. Maybe the up into the 60s. And then remember the 70s when the temple was destroyed. And I also believe that John was writing in the 90s. And everybody and after that, everybody had those writings. Everybody copied those writings like they were gospel, right? So they didn't have an Old Testament. When did they not have an Old Testament, except for the times when they were being written, when the Testament was literally like people were raising people from the dead? Like, do you not believe people? Do you believe Peter and Paul? Well, okay, forget Paul. Do you believe that Peter rose people from the dead? Or that God rose people through the dead through Peter? Let me rephrase that. Peter didn't raise anybody from the dead. That God rose them from the dead through Peter. Do you believe that happened?
I believe it's possible, but again, I don't.
Amen.
I don't say that it's definitely something that I would say definitely happened in history.
Well, that's what faith in Jesus is, though.
It isn't.
That is possible.
No, right? It isn't, because it's belief that the book of Acts is telling the truth. It's not faith in Jesus.
If you believe Jesus, sorry.
Yeah, this is what you have to understand. There's a difference between believing in Jesus' message, which is what makes a true Christian, and believing the other books in the Bible that are tangentially related to the stories of the apostles and things like that. Like, those stories are secondary to what it means to be a Christian.
They should be secondary to Jesus. And I'll shut up, I promise. The story, like we just said about Jacob, in my estimation as a Christian, the way that we weigh the spirit, or they say test the spirit, is we hold up the picture to where Jesus is standing there, and does he fit in the middle of it? And where he fits in the middle of it is how we make sense of the scripture. So, for example, what you're saying, this Jacob thing makes no sense. How come suddenly somebody comes out, claims to be God, or the scripture seems to implicate that he's God, these Jews somehow, who only believe that God can't be seen, yet Jacob at the ending of that says, I've seen God. And where does this come from? That wasn't added there by Christians, right? But do you acknowledge that does kind of seem like it's a Christophany?
It could be. I mean,
same thing with the burning bush. I mean, this is what the early church taught. As far as like where to fit Christ into all this. So if you're saying, well, no, you have to ignore that and think just what these particular heretics taught, like Marcion or Ebionites, that's just not. And again, we have. I mean. It's not like the church fathers are lying about what they taught.
Let me ask you this. When it comes to your understanding of Christianity, you accuse me of relying on my own understanding. When it comes to what you believe is Christianity, are you not relying on your own understanding, or what is the foundation of your understanding?
Well, like I said, I'm not saying that we should rely on our misunderstanding, but there is, like I said, there's an incomplete picture. Just like, for example, a talking donkey. Now, I'll accept if somebody says, well, you know what, I don't believe that Noah and all that it can all be some kind of like metaphorical, allegorical truth. If somehow that they, like, the key, and again, somebody doesn't have to have a Bible to be saved, because it's through God. It's all by God directly through the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is sent, and we believe, and that's through Christ. And how that operates is certainly beyond a page in a text, right? So but if stuff like the Trinity, for example, isn't true, then none of what I'm saying actually makes sense. But at this point, I honestly can't imagine a God who actually exists in eternity and also can interact with creation that isn't a Trinity. And I was actually going to ask Howdy something based on what he said earlier about about the slit experiment. And
the slit experiment, we're going to put that behind us for now. Kelvy, I don't even know what to do with you, because you just said you can't imagine a God who interacts with basically creation aside from a Trinitarian God? Is that something you really just said?
Yes.
I think he's like a presuppositional, like a Van Til Cornelius, maybe.
Yeah, I mean that.
No, I mean I can explain it. I mean it's almost.
Yeah, let's
there's
give
other.
me.
There's been other. I mean Aristotle's been like just the very notion of there being stuff, things in existence, like like because what you just and yeah, let's not get into that because everything you said, Howdy, about like like this sort of like cognitivism of just there's things that are just like relationally understood. Like none of that achieves anything. Like it's basically a description of theoretical relationships of theoretical objects that only theoretically exist, and it's basically like it seems to me like holding your eyes shut.
I don't think I was postulating anything that I said was only theoretically existing. Maybe
Well,
I'm
I think what Kelby's saying is our conversation was so abstract that it doesn't lead to anything meaningful. Which I disagree because we're trying to I was trying to establish a logical foundation for the reason why God must necessarily exist, and it was kind of pertaining to that. But
so why wouldn't you consider him a presuppositionalist too, if he based on what he just said?
Well, I don't know. It depends on like what we mean by that. But just based on like your lingo and sort of like what you're saying, it sounded like you're going to run some sort of transcendental argument, which I don't think A was running on me at all.
No, transcendental argument's a bad argument. It is. The tag argument, I fully reject that one.
Well,
Why?
this is my argument. I mean, well, let me ask you this, A's. Would you say that God is inerrant in his nature?
Oh yes, that's the thing. God is completely inerrant. Humans are the ones who err.
Right.
Err.
So
we mucked it up.
Right. So what Blessed John Scotus would say, the argument that he would make would be ultimately Scripture is based on the intent of the author, or the intent of whoever's reporting on a specific matter. So in the case of Jesus, in regards to the scriptures that were written about Jesus and were written around Jesus, if Jesus, now I believe Jesus is God, I fully believe in the Trinity. A's doesn't, but A's would still say that Jesus, had some divine truths and was associated with God. But if Jesus in A's, according to A's, belief on Jesus, if he believes that Jesus expressed a divine truth in regards to salvation or epistemology or whatever, then it belongs to the divine intent. And since God is inerrant, the divine intent has to also be inerrant. Because if it wasn't inerrant, then that would imply that God is not inerrant in general.
Yeah, but when Jesus speaks his divine knowledge, the second a listener takes his hand and starts writing it down, then you get into the realm of human interference and potential for error. So it really is impossible that a scripture could be seen as inherently infallible, in my opinion. Because
why can't God be guiding it? Because if otherwise, you just said you think God is totally infallible, but yet you're saying that he's putting out like a basically a flawed product.
No,
infallible means.
No, it's not. It's not God putting out a flawed product. It's humans putting out an infallible. This is what you have to understand.
Well, there's a difference between his general creation and his very specific revelation that he means to have truth conveyed. It's not just like he's winging it, right?
Right. The revelation is the words of Jesus Christ. Now, whether the book itself may or may not accurately reflect what Jesus said, because it's the product of human authors. So we have
Can
to
I ask a question? Like
yeah.
How do you because you're saying like, okay, well, we'll just be critical, and whatever we determine to be false, we strip out. So like, what's your exegetical process? Like, what's your guiding principles? Like, how do you say, okay, this verse yes, that verse no?
Well, it all has to logically harmonize. So if Jesus taught something as a Christian, then the foundation of Christianity is the teaching of Jesus. So if there's anything that contradicts logically something that Jesus said, then it has to be cast out.
Don't you deny like the Gospel of John?
Well, another principle is that Jesus' own words have to align with what Jesus said. So if there's things in the Gospels that don't align with others,
Man, sorry. Go.
well, hold on. If we go through the Gospels and Jesus says one thing in Matthew, but apparently says something contradictory in John, for instance, well then yes, at that point we have to make a choice. Which do we believe? And whatever it is, we probably won't know with certainty, but we do know that it can't be both of them.
So I had somebody the other day tell me that because Jesus on the cross said, "My Father, why did you forsake me?" One gospel says. The other gospel says, "It is done." Another gospel says another line. He said that's a contradiction.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
And therefore, well, that was his opinion. He was literally giving me to that as an argument. And I was like,
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that argument. I agree.
But that's his perception. And therefore, by that same standard that you're using, well, that was a contradiction. Therefore, you have to reject it, right? That's all I'm saying.
Well, let me ask you this, A, would you agree that the Bible, or at least the synoptic gospels, are the transmission, good or bad, perfect or imperfect, are the transmission of Jesus's words?
Yes, I would.
Would you also, do you believe personally that God sent Jesus to display a message?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so then what I would say, and this is what someone like Blessed John Scotus would say, is that then it belongs to the divine intent of God, because God, that would mean that God intended for Jesus to display a message, which would then be transmitted in the scriptures. And if that was God's intent, and God is inerrant, then you would have to assume based on that the scriptures are inerrant, because otherwise then it would fall short of the divine intent, and that would affect God's personal inerrancy.
I'm going to disagree, and here's why. God's intent was to send Jesus to give us the divine revelation, and that's the end of it. Basically, how humans decided to record it goes beyond the scope of that mission. So another thing is, when it comes to the authorship of the Gospels, the authors have free will. So because they are not perfect servants of God as Jesus is or was, they have the capacity not just to err, but to intentionally distort. So we have to take that into consideration, that we can't presuppose they're inerrant, because the human authors operating under free will may or may not have gotten things correct for one reason or another.
So would you say Jesus didn't have free will?
Jesus did have free will. He used his free will to obey God and do God's will perfectly.
So couldn't the authors? Not necessarily, but is it possible? Yeah, possibility.
It's theoretically possible, but we shouldn't presuppose that.
Okay, really quickly, I assume you would believe that God is prescient, meaning that he knows, even if you disagree with him, God knows what all of the authors would have wrote down, like Paul, John. He knows beforehand what they would write, correct?
I'm kind of looking into open theism. I actually don't think God knows what we do until we do it. So
you don't believe in a transcendent God, then? That's an interesting. There seems to be a dichotomy between one or the other. That seems to understand or somehow perceive that God as being outside of all creation, and creation's like all time and space, past, present, and future, is all this one thing, and then God is something completely transcendent. But what you just described, and this is including time, space, and sequence, is that God is locked within kind of like a one-way street, right?
What I would say is that even for God, only the present moment actually exists, and the future only exists as potentialities. And the potentiality that's realized is based on our decisions in real time. So God can only see future potential, but not which potential will actually be realized.
couldn't he know all the potentials though, and then which one will actually come to pass?
He can know all the potentials, but he can't know which one will come to pass because that's dependent on our free will. Now, God can very accurately predict which potentiality will come to pass based
Just
on
because
his.
it's dependent on our free will, why would that prevent him from knowing it? If everything within creation, within all creation, he has access to at all times.
Hold on. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee, and before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet. There's nothing in that verse that says God absolutely knows the future.
I mean, even if it did say that, you could just say, well, that's not scripture, right?
Theoretically, but I would have to have a reason for saying that. But yeah, this verse doesn't demonstrate the absolute infallible foreknowledge of God, even if we assume scripture is inerrant.
So you said you're in the physics or the chemistry or whatever, and like the notion of like time, right? As far as being something, because I've come to describe it like basically a physical property of matter. So that basically everything, creation, matter, and time are all basically within the same genre of like substance in a way, or as far as creation goes. So you can't have just something called time. Time isn't just some theoretical thing. It is actually a well, it's it depends rather on the physical relationship between things that are existing in space, right? So in other words, if something is traveling or moving in motion, then it takes time to get from one thing to the other thing. So as long as there's always two dots, there's basically, and then there's some, as long as there's motion with these dots, then there's always going to be time. But if that all exists within existence has to be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me
Creation entails that, but that's creation. That's time, space, and matter. So in other words, because time is dependent and then basically like sort of like a property of matter that exists, whether you're talking about hydrogen or whether you're talking about quarks, like they're still in motion and they're still in existence, and therefore for there to be space, it only makes sense for there to be time. Like I can't imagine, and maybe this is just my incredulity, but I can't imagine space without time, right? And so if God created that, then God must not be, and I can't imagine how he sees all, because I agree that he sees all time, space, and all at the same time. And he doesn't, that all time's kind of, but he's not in it is the difference. And I will try to shut up.
Let me kind of explain how I think of it. And again, I'm not saying I'm definitely right, but this is just kind of how I conceive, time, like the idea of how God sees time. So I think that the universe essentially is the substance of God's being, and it exists currently in a particular state, and the state will change through the procession of time, but future states do not exist at the current state, so they exist as potentialities. So because the universe is basically contained within God, there is no actual substantial future that exists at this current moment, but it will exist. The future 5 minutes from now will exist 5 minutes from now, but it doesn't exist right now. So
Are
God,
you like a presentist?
if that's kind of what I like. Right now is the only thing that actually exists, because right now the matter of the universe, it's in its current configuration.
What about the potential?
The potential, well, it depends on how things unfold, but the potential won't be known until that procession of time actually happens. So and what will happen depends on our free will. So 5 minutes from, let's just give an example. The reason God can't know absolutely what we're going to do is because our free will is absolute, and it isn't decided until that exact moment what we're going to do. There's option A, B, or C. Like, let's just say 5 minutes. Let's simplify it. 5 minutes from now, something's going to happen. I will have option A, B, or C. I will actually be able to choose between A, B, or C in that moment. It isn't at this current moment decided what I will do.
That's because you're putting God inside the same time as you, though. He's outside your time, so he knows it. But you're still choosing. There's no causal link.
I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't. If we can actually choose between A, B, and C in the moment, I don't see how God could know that in advance. I haven't seen anyone explain to me how God could know that in advance with absolute certainty. Now, God can predict based on what he knows about me and my inclinations and predispositions and feelings. He can predict, yes, he's going to do this. Like I can predict that when I walk through my door, my dog's going to get, bark and ask for a treat. Okay, I don't actually have a dog, but I use that as an example. Like people who have pets, the pets are very predictable. Like maybe that's how God is with humans. God just is so good at knowing who we are that God can predict what we're going to do. But God doesn't know what we're going to do in the absolute sense, is how I look at it.
I will say that this is sort of strange to me because it seems like you're invoking like libertarian free will and open theism, which I think like explicitly rejects PSR because you're like positing brute contingencies, which are, free will choices. So it's like confusing why you were arguing against it earlier. But I think a bigger problem for presentism is if you're going to say that the past doesn't exist and the future doesn't exist, all that exists is right now, and however you want to cash that out. If I said Jesus existed in the past, you would have to say that's false because the past doesn't exist, right?
Well, space, time, and matter were configured in such a way in the past such that a person, Jesus, was part of that configuration and did say things and do things which bear upon the present moment. So the future will be built upon present contingencies. So Jesus did exist as a reality in space and time in that current configuration of that time.
So because now you're not a presentist, so it's confusing because you're sort of like biting at both ends of the apple, right? So it's either the case that the past and the future exists, or it is not the case. You see what I'm saying? And it's sort of it's unclear to me like which one you're affirming.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that the current moment is the only configuration of space and time and matter that currently exists. But there were previous configurations and there will be future configurations. But the past is settled. The present is what it is, but the future only exists as potentialities because it doesn't exist as a real thing that God can look at and say, it's not like, where there's like a reel that's kind of like, or, like when you at the old movies, you have the strips where like the present is like the current film and the future is films that are moving into the, and then
that presupposes God needs to look at something in order to know it. But if he is God, I say by his very definition, he always knows everything all the time. He doesn't. So that part of the argument, I can't accept. But sorry.
Well, you also have to understand, Kelvy, is that, like I've explained in previous streams, there are limitations to God and God's omni properties. So, okay, you want to say God is all powerful? Can God?
Yeah.
Can God make 2 + 2 = 5? In your opinion, Kelvy?
That would be a disability, not an ability to cause something to basically like break logic.
Right. So God can't break.
So you could do that, right? Like you could say that, and you could make that mistake. What you're asking is, can God make a mistake? Therefore, God can't do. But I think that's a false premise because a mistake, by its definition, is a diminution. It's not a ability, and God cannot have diminishment.
What I'm saying is that even God cannot violate logic. So God cannot construct a reality in which 2 + 2 = 5.
Right, but that's not saying. Well, no, that's not a cannot. God can do all things. So all you're doing is looking at the transverse rule, and then acting like it's like a positive thing, when it's all one way. God can do all things.
Oh shoot!
And to say that, well, he can't not do something, like that's basically what you're trying to say, is that he can't do a negative. And again, and I'm putting it in the specific category of making a mistake, doing sin, basically. As sin is based, and that sort of thing. God doing evil. So evil being the corruption of something, not a creation of it, right? So God doesn't be corrupted. But to be corrupted, to say that God can't be corrupted is not a disability. The disability is being corrupted, if that makes sense.
I guess go ahead.
I was going to say, like, I'm sort of sympathetic to what you're saying, Kelly, like, because some, atheists will say, can God die? Can God turn himself into a fly? Can God, get pegged? Can, all sorts of
Does God
nonsense.
know what it's like to
yeah. Does God know
like,
what
the
it's like to
Destiny-
enjoy? Yeah.
I think it was Destiny and Darth Dawkins debate.
Right, but when it comes to certain limitations, I make a distinction because I'm sympathetic to A's in this regard, because like I agree with like the intuition that he's seemingly enslaved to logic. Like he can only do logically possible things. And that can, I mean, you can go more than that, but
Well,
I don't know.
I don't think non-logic is an actual thing.
Well, I guess here's my point. When you talk about God seeing the future, you have to, in my opinion, you have to establish that that's.
I don't say God sees the future, though. He knows it. Seeing is different than knowing.
Well, in my opinion, that is possibly outside the realm of logical possibility.
I don't understand consciousness. I think that's where all of us are going to have to admit that ignorant, where we don't really understand the very nature of consciousness, and therefore what it means to know something versus what it means to sort of be exposed to something. Like there's a lot of diversity there, but I need to go move my car because I think a tornado is going to come and blow it away. So I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hope you're okay.
Yeah. Take care of that.
That was an interesting line, though. That's something I'm interested in. He's talking about how God knows things. How do we know things? That's my bread and butter.
Yeah, and something I've been waiting. The conversation keeps spiraling in different directions, but I get accused of operating on my own understanding, and I want to ask people is there anything else that anyone has besides his or her own understanding? Like, just because most Christians take a traditional view that's been handed down to them by basically the Catholic Church, do they not realize that it's their own understanding that has led them to that place where they take the canon and they take the presentation of Christianity that's been given? What do we have beside our own understandings?
I mean, ultimately, it's like the personal, I guess you would call it, like the personal epistemic responsibility is only yourself. But if they want to say something like, well, would you rather build a plane on your own or have society help build you a plane? Because they can build a Boeing, and I don't even think you can get off the ground. You see what I'm saying? Like, more people are better than one in a lot of respects.
Yeah, that's true. But when another thing I want to say is it has nothing to do with my own understanding or what I want or what I prefer. It has to do with what's real, what's true. And if it's true that there are contradictions in the Bible, then the Christian thing to do is to believe that. Like, Christ would want us to believe that the errors in the Bible are false. So it has nothing to do with my own intuition, my own understanding, me creating my own religion. It has to do with not presupposing things, namely that the Scripture is infallible. And it has to do with analyzing things and asking what is essential here. In my opinion, the only essential to being a Christian, or not the only essential, but what's the main idea is that we believe what Jesus actually taught. And the reason we believe that is because Jesus actually taught what God revealed. And ultimately, that what we're believing is true, which goes to epistemology. What's true? There's a reality. We don't presuppose. What's the foundational presupposition of knowledge? The deepest I can go is that reality exists. Okay, that goes way beyond the Bible as the foundation of truth and knowledge. Okay. And someone wanted to dispute this with me. A presuppositionalist wanted to dispute this with me. I said, what's more fundamental than reality exists? And he said, the Bible is true. I said, what? The Bible arose in time. You know, there was a time in human history when the Bible didn't exist. That's even true according to the Bible. So was there no truth before the Bible existed? These are things people need to think about. I don't know. I've been talking a lot. Is there anything anyone else has been thinking or wants to say at this time about this or anything else? I don't know.
I've been hogging as well. I didn't know because I like Eastern Thomas. So he probably, I don't know if he's still kicking.
Yeah, I don't know if they're taking naps or they're just enthralled by me rambling or what. Andy, Thomas, are y'all still there or?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just listening.
Okay.
I don't think I have too much to add, really. No, you guys kind of went down a rabbit hole of things that I'm not necessarily.
Gotcha. Thomas?
I'm just listening right here.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem I see. Here's why I do everything that I do, and I've gone down this route, and why I think my strategy is necessary. I think that it's necessary to solve the problems that I'm seeing, and the problem is this: that people really aren't following what Jesus Christ taught. There's no true Christians out there, and the reason for that is potentially, and I'm willing to be proven wrong, is that the Bible doesn't.
No true Christians.
But shockingly, what I've determined is that because the Bible doesn't teach Christianity, the Bible is not a Christian document.
Well, thank you for at least. That's what I was saying. Why even associate with? I mean, you already.
Yeah, you might want to call yourself it. Yeah, you might want to use a different name because, like, I'm pretty liberal with. Like, I would even call like Jehovah's Witnesses and a whole bunch of people. Like, I cast a huge net, and I don't think I would put you in that bucket. I would. To be a
Christian, you have to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Didn't he say that Moses spoke of him? You say he taught Moses, right? But then he says Moses taught him. So there's a problem there because you're saying that basically he's doing the same thing Moses. I know this is a whole other leg of the argument, but if that's the case, then again, he basically came to spread a message. And I guess unlike Moses, because Moses went up on the mountain and died, right? But Jesus actually got himself killed, according to you, like because I think you think it's an accident or sort of like it was not something that like we hit the blood. I guess you think that the writers of the church kind of made that story up about blood atonement just to kind of justify the fact that he was killed. I'm trying to make logical. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm trying to make logical assertions based on what I would believe if I were you.
Paul made that up. Paul made up the idea that Jesus' blood is an atoning sacrifice for Jesus Christ, and then the church put Paul's writings in the Bible, and then people believe what the church taught instead of what Jesus Christ taught, which is exactly what I was just getting to. The reason people don't actually believe what Jesus Christ taught is because they're believing the Roman Catholic construct, which includes the writings of Paul, which is the opposite of what Jesus
That's
taught.
absolutely false. The early church. You understand? I mean, I know you understand this. The Roman system didn't come into play until 350 years later, pretty much.
Exactly, but there were people like Bishop Irenaeus who basically set the path to the Roman Catholic Church, which is why the Roman Catholic Church loves these people so much. Like Ignatius.
There's plenty of people before Irenaeus. And what do you think? Irenaeus was inventing stuff? That's not possible.
I do. I think Irenaeus invented a lot of stuff.
Then why wasn't he accused of that? Well, okay. All right, I'm not going to argue because you can think that and you can assert that he invented stuff, but then I would have to say,
well, let me give you an example.
Else, if it purports to that, what in it do you think disagrees with? Because, well, again, I know his arguments. I think Irenaeus pretty well, and I think that they purport well with again blood atonement, everything. So it's natural that you would have to think that, right? because I would say, what early church father can you even point to? So this is why you have to go back further. I don't know what point in history you actually can go back to, because I can point to stuff in like, you have to deny Polycarp, you have to deny Ignatius, you even have to deny, because I mean, if even Clement and the Didache, all these early guys talked about you don't have to do the Sabbath for Jews, so they all denied the early law. So you can't. There's nobody. So I guess you would have to say that everybody's. Sorry, I'm ranting. That you would have to say that every single person who is known as in church history you can basically remove them too, in addition to all of the specific scripture. And then, because in my view, that the purpose of the Christian religion is to save us, right? To give us, and what that is through hope in God. And so if I say Jesus died, you believe it, this thing, you give us, that like the saved by faith stuff, where your blood is, the blood paid for your sins. But if you're saved and you live with him and for him. But in your estimation, what is the purpose? What's the point? Why should I, if I wasn't a Christian and I was like, why should I follow why should I believe that there's even a God? Like, why should I care?
Because I would say well, first of all, God exists, and that can be demonstrated rationally. You have a soul that exists, that can also be demonstrated rationally. God's going to judge your soul, that cannot be demonstrated rationally, but it's a matter of faith. But that the basis by which your soul will be judged is according to what Jesus Christ taught. Now, I could have pointed to Buddha, or I could have pointed to Muhammad or Joseph Smith or some other person, but my contention is that Jesus Christ provided the true path to salvation for mankind. And this is attested to by
by what way? Because I mean, he said, "Follow me." He said, "Pick up your cross and follow me." He said, "Believe me." He said, "Just like you believed in the Father, believe me." So, and to me, you know what I believe that means. So what exactly does what you're saying? Well, follow him to do what? Because as far as I understand, you're saying follow him to do the law of Moses. And that's kind of like circular.
Well, it's very easy. Follow me means obey me. It means obey my teachings. So we look at what Jesus taught. We look through the Gospels. What did Jesus teach? How did he teach us to live? And we do those things. So that's what it means to obey Christ. Now, Christians don't believe that. They don't. What Jesus taught, contrary to what is taught in the churches, is that we do actually have to obey God and God's commands and God's law. It's not an option. It's not something we do because we're saved. It's not something we do because we're grateful for what Christ did for us. No. We do it because that's salvation. The doing is the salvation. It's necessary for salvation. It is salvation.
Why? Why did God? Why? I mean, like, I'm not trying to just be like, why? I mean, like, why wouldn't God just? Why is God doing this? Well, I guess so. Sorry, I'm trying to think this through. If in your estimation, God doesn't know the future, then he truly doesn't know what's going to happen with us, does he? So he's just kind of like, I hope these guys follow what I'm going to say.
Right.
And I guess Jesus, according to you, so what's the divinity of Jesus? Like, because somebody said earlier that they thought that you believe in some sort of divinity in Jesus, other than, I mean, I guess being sent by God. But I mean, prophets are sent by God. You could argue, whirlwinds and devils are sometimes sent by God in that regard. But I don't know what the purpose of Jesus is as far as like the special. So in other words, how's Christ the center of it, rather than it being like Abraham, Moses, Joseph? I mean, Christ is just one of many. It's like Baha'ism, you know.
Well, as I've said before, one thing is that Jesus was perfectly obedient to God and perfectly gave God, God's message. And well, the other prophets perfectly gave God's message as was revealed to them, but they didn't necessarily live perfect lives as an example of how we should do that. Whereas Jesus did. So Jesus was a perfect example, and Jesus perfectly gave the revelation. So there's that, and
What revelation?
the revelation contained in the record we have.
So do you believe that he was able to like do miracles and stuff?
Potentially, yeah, I do. I mean, they aren't.
What were the purpose of the miracles?
The purpose of the miracles would be to demonstrate his anointing, that he was someone who had divine knowledge and was able to do these things. So that's what the resurrection was. The resurrection wasn't something that gave us access to God. It was just a sign from God that Jesus is someone who's been chosen, and this special.
So that means we can do miracles. Yeah.
Technically, yes, it does. But we would have to know how to do them, and they're not real miracles. They're manipulations of reality that transcend our current understanding. So how it all works, I don't know. It is kind of magic. It's magic, but it's like science magic. It's not like the laws of physics are suspended temporarily. No, it's like the laws of physics.
Okay, the Jedi or the Force.
Yeah, well, it's like if you go back 1,000 years, if you told someone, hey, there's going to be giant hunks of metal flying through the skies, transporting people from America to other continents, not that they believed in America or whatever, but they would say that's crazy. But we know that because of how we construct the shape of a plane, and we have jet engines and things like that, we're doing things that were thought miraculous back in the time, but are actually just manipulations of the laws of physics according to what we understand. The miracles of Jesus are the same thing. He's doing things that are within the laws of physics, but we just don't understand how he did them. And if we did understand, we would be able to do them too.
Like the well, is it the resurrection then?
Hold on one second. He said the resurrection did not give us access to God. Romans.
He rejects Paul.
So this person clearly has not been listening, and this person clearly does need to go back and listen to this entire stream, because if you think Romans 5:2 proves anything, then you do not understand my argument at all.
Well, you don't agree with Paul, so that's
right. First of all, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, where are you getting the resurrection from then, if you reject John and Paul? Because in Mark, right, that's like a later edition, and then Luke is this. I assume you think Luke is the same author as Acts, which you reject.
No,
so
Luke and Acts have different authors. That's also,
okay.
That needs to be understood.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying okay.
Yeah, Luke, the author of the Gospel of Luke is not the same as the author of the Book of Acts. New Genesis, I see you back there, but it's saying your device is not connected, so you're gonna have to fix that. I can't add you until you fix your connection. I'm not sure exactly what's wrong. But yeah, the resurrection, it is in Matthew and Luke, and I don't know. Like, to me, even the resurrection itself is not something a person necessarily needs to literally believe happened to be a true Christian. Again, you can believe if it helps you have faith.
No, so you don't know what the resurrection is, do you?
Hold on one second. I want to. Religion that is pure and undefiled before God and the Father is this: to visit orphans and widows in their affliction, and to keep oneself unstained from the world. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't see any problem with that.
So when you say Christianity, you essentially mean like to be nice to each other and be good.
Yeah. Right. So basically follow the commandments of Christ. Love God and love your neighbor.
So if your Christian religion is, love God and love your neighbor, I think I would classify you as like some, I wouldn't call you religious, but you're spiritual or something.
Well, that's what Jesus Christ taught. So it is Christian. That is, I mean, if Thomas Jefferson comes along 1700 years later and says the same thing, then that's true. Like, but Jesus Christ taught it. The thing about Jesus Christ is different because, you know, other humans can try to get there from a philosophical standpoint, from an abstract standpoint, but Jesus got it directly from God. So that there is a difference there between.
What do you mean by that? Because you said he's like just a prophet that was demonstrating. What did he get from God?
God basically gave to Jesus that truth directly, as opposed to Jesus philosophically deriving it from reason and observations.
So why doesn't God just do that? You believe God is good?
Yes, I do.
So why doesn't God do what he did with Jesus with everybody?
Well, there must be. That's a good question. It's a question we've discussed multiple times on this channel. I think that the answer lies in the fact that maybe Jesus' will was so aligned with God that God was able to communicate with Jesus and the other prophets in ways that he isn't with, like, quote unquote normal humans. But if we were to yield ourselves completely to God as Jesus did, maybe we would also be given direct access to this knowledge.
But I wouldn't say like you're even following. I mean, I guess you could say you're following the teachings of Jesus, but saying like be nice. It's not like Jesus invented that. Like
Right.
hundreds of people have said things like lots of like outside, like everywhere. I'll say it now. I've never. I don't know. Maybe at one point I thought hate everyone, but I mean, billions of people say and speak that. So
yeah.
we're not even.
Jesus didn't invent or create anything new. All he did was teach eternal truths. So yeah, if Jesus says
he said, "I make all things new," like, or is that in? Because again, in Mark, it literally it describes him as God in Mark several times. I mean,
no, it doesn't.
How like so? Do you not believe that he commands the storms?
He commands this. Yeah, New Genesis is here. Do you have some comment?
Can you hear me, Anthony?
I can, yeah. I can,
oh,
yes.
okay. I didn't know. I've never been on my phone on StreamYard, so I didn't know.
I can hear you. You're coming in fine.
Great.
And actually, it sounds like you have an even better connection than you usually do.
Well, it's because I use my phone for a hotspot, and when I get on my laptop, it gives probably a little bit of a lag there, and I've got a good connection tonight. I went.
Go ahead.
Because I'm listening to everybody talking, and I had several conversations with this one guy. I think he dropped off, and I think I was totally frustrating him because of the things I was saying. And, you know, so I just wanted to clarify some things. If I can help, then, you know, people can understand where I'm coming from.
Somebody in the comment section?
That I think it was this guy, young guy or somebody. I don't know if he's young or old.
Yeah, there's people who pop in.
Joseph Green, and then he dropped off. He was totally frustrated, I think. But you know, I was trying to explain the history of the early church, and you know, for people that haven't really gone into that history, it's very complicated. And you know, people quote Paul to prove that Paul existed, but you can't be your own witness. And we don't know. I mean, Paul doesn't appear until the mid-2nd century under Marcion. And even if you go back, people say, well, he was quoted here, he was quoted there, and he was, you know, they talked a lot about a lot of things about Paul. But a lot of those passages that were in there in the early church history were redacted or interpolated, and they added this in there later into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th centuries or whatever to prove that Catholicism, you know, was on the right track. And it's like, I mean, Paul can talk to.
And why do they call themselves Catholics?
Pardon?
We have records of the heretics, which that's how you, I guess, you have your information about them. But they themselves called themselves Catholics. And at one point, they actually did take over the church, and they murdered Trinitarians for like 60 years.
Well, I mean, it's like, you know, you go back and you start searching early church history, and then you realize
specifically when are you talking about? Because I've studied church history, and I've heard you talk about church history, and can you be more specific, but being vague?
yes, I can be more specific. It's like, okay, first century, between the time of 30 AD or whatever, when Christ died, up until the destruction of the temple, and then going into the second century. I'm talking about the fact that toward the end.
That's a long time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a long time, but they didn't have a Bible. There was no Bible that existed.
Bible is a collection of writings, so they certainly had a collection of writings.
Well, but when did those writings become manifest? I mean, so we're getting into the last part of the first century, and into the second century, we've got things that are going on that, I mean, it's like Marcion comes along in the middle of the second century. That's one that, I mean, it's like, okay, first century doesn't have a 1 on it, but second century becomes 100 years later, and all of a sudden Marcion comes up with Paul's writings, and it's like only 10 of them, and then he redacts the book of Luke, and he's completely antinomian, meaning he's lawless. He doesn't believe that the creator, or Jesus, the creator of the universe was the creator in the Old Testament. He says, no, the father of Jesus is a different God or a different person. And then all of a sudden, toward the end of the second century now, all of a sudden, all these writings of Paul start appearing. And it's like, wait a minute, we have gone completely away from what Jesus taught in the first century. What do you mean the
writings of Paul start appearing in the second century? Like what century? But where do they start appearing at? And what do you like? This is what I mean. Like I'm not following what you mean, because I can probably sit here and trace to you the different people and where they lived and what time they lived from at least 150. Now that we're 90. There now, I don't know everything, but you're acting like this is like some mystical knowledge. Like we know who these people were and what they were.
It's not mystical. Okay.
Nancy, let me try and help you. Let me try and help you.
Yeah, help me out, because I get confused between explaining first century and second century, because
well, just use the years, because I think of it in terms like 1919. So, okay, 1980 or like 1980. Like I was born in 1977. So I always think like, okay, if it was the year 177, and then so what was going on in the year 177?
Right.
And then
hold on,
you're
Nancy.
Talking.
I think what Nancy's trying to say, and not exactly, but generally, is that before Marcion, who appeared in the mid-second century, 150 AD, thereabouts, Paul was not seen as someone who was essential to Christianity. After Marcion and his own canon became influential in the early church, only after that did Paul gain acceptance at a much wider level. But before that, the church focused on basically just what Jesus Christ did and said. Is that kind of what you were going for, Nancy? Nancy? Okay, I think she might have lost her connection. But
I think is the argument that like Paul didn't exist and was invented by Marcion?
I think she might have been trying to say that, but she didn't get all the way there. If that is what she's trying to say, then I disagree with it. I do not think Marcion invented Paul's epistles or wrote them. I do think that they existed before Marcion, and there's evidence of that. But my contention would be that yes, Marcion popularized them and basically injected them into Christianity. And that's why they became a quote-unquote essential part of Christianity.
Do you think that early Christian writing stuff like the Didache are fabricated?
I yield judgment on that because I just haven't looked into it enough to make a decision. It seems to me that the Didache and some of these extra canonical texts are valid, though, potentially.
I would suggest on my channel, I have the entirety of Justin Martyr's works where he's talking to Trypho the Jew, and it's from the year like 160. It's like 8 hours long. Just listen to it in fast speed. You'll be fine. And I'm curious, on a work like that, where you can literally listen to 8 hours of a Christian from the year like 165 or so, whenever, I can't necessarily remember when Justin was.
Right about there, yeah. Yeah, it was about that.
But yeah, of all of it, I read all of his arguments, man. Like, they're there, and they agree. Like, again, this isn't like something where there's some, like, we don't know what the early church taught.
Kelvy.
And that's before Irenaeus, man.
Kelvy.
And that's before Marcion.
Okay, let's think about this.
Justin Martyr. He definitely referred to Paul.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's the problem.
What year was Marcion? I got that wrong.
Yeah, Justin Martyr. You just agreed. Justin Martyr lived or flourished in the mid-2nd century, about the year 150 AD.
Because there's very little we have about Marcion.
Where do you place Paul?
Our source? Our source is like, I can't even think of what was it. Irenaeus is like.
Irenaeus is early.
Irenaeus is after Justin Martyr. Irenaeus is about the year 200. But let me say this.
Irenaeus is 180.
Yeah, 180 to 200. He wrote his works in that time.
No, he died in around 180 or 180.
Okay. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe
Hippolytus was 200. I've read all the works of Hippolytus. Well, maybe a good deal of them anyway. That was like 200 to 250, and then Cyprian is like 250 to 260. I've read just about all of Cyprian's works.
By 200, everything's already gone. So let's go back to Justin Martyr. Justin Martyr lived in the mid-2nd century, so about 150 AD, give or take. Justin Martyr never even mentioned Paul or Pauline theology, but yet he claimed to give a complete exposition of the Christian faith. That should be alarming to a lot of people.
What do you mean by Pauline theology?
Like the entire soteriological framework, the atonement, the resurrection, and all that. Like,
that's absolute nonsense.
Are all of his works even translated already?
Justin Martyr has 3 works translated: First and Second Apology and the Dialogue with Trypho.
No, he doesn't. He have more than that.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, those. Go ahead, Howdy.
Really quickly, what do you got on? Do you think Polycarp, the things that he said about Paul were interpolated, or do you think that Polycarp is a fabrication? What do you got?
I have a video. I'm not asking anyone to watch it, but I have a video on my channel about Polycarp where I go into my opinion of Polycarp. Again, if you want to watch it, but I will give briefly here. I will say that if Polycarp's epistle isn't completely fabricated, which it may be, then it certainly strikes of being heavily manipulated and interpolated. And even if Polycarp did write the entire thing, it would only prove to me that Polycarp is the one responsible for interpolating the Gospels or the New Testament documents.
I'm back again, and I was trying to explain before. I couldn't quite explain myself about 1st century, 2nd century, and all of that other stuff. But you're talking now. You've got it down. So 159 or whatever AD would be around, or I think it was 150 to 180 AD is when Marcion came along. And then I talked to you one of the previous times is that Serdo. Do you remember me talking about Serdo?
Yeah, I remember that. What do you want to say about Serdo?
Well, I listen a lot to all these other scholars, but Dr. Robert Price has, been trying to Simon Magus, and he wants to say that basically Simon Magus and Paul were one and the same person. And that Acts goes through this whole gyration of things, explaining that, well, it's Saul and it's Paul and it's this and it's that. But then he combines all of this information together to sort of like show that there's a possibility. And I'm not going to say 100% whether I agree or disagree, because there's a lot of missing information and facts here that we don't have. But Simon Magus had a whole following, and they were considered one of the first Gnostics that came along in Christianity. And basically, the teachings that came along after him went through Menander, which was the, he came after Simon Magus, and then it went into Marcionism. And the same theme of the gospel that was different than Jesus went through this whole thread. And then Cyril comes along, and he's up in Rome, and he doesn't believe that the Jesus of the New Testament was the God of the Old Testament, or not, I mean, the Father of Jesus was not the God of the Old Testament, and that he was a different God, and the God of the Old Testament was this malignant, horrible, satanic God, Yahweh, that created heaven and earth. And so this whole theme of information goes right down to Marcion, because Marcion doesn't believe that the Father of Jesus was the God of the Old Testament, that he was an evil God. The God of the Old Testament was an evil God.
So do you agree with that?
I'm not agreeing, or wait a minute. No, I don't agree. I'm saying that this is something that was taught by Marcion. And this is something that was taught by Simon
You've been
Magus.
explaining what Marcion teaches for like 5. I think we're aware. So your claim, you're making a claim that he. I mean, if you don't agree with him,
I'm not making a claim. I'm saying I'm giving information. I'm telling you that there's a thread that went from Simon Magus all the way down to Marcion. And Paul was in the middle of it all, because Marcion picked up on all of Paul's letters.
Who says this besides your doctor guy?
No, it's in history. You can go back and you can,
where in history exactly? I want to read it.
I've done 5 years of the historical research.
Can you just give me a quote? Like, can you give me a big quote?
You can research it on Google. You can.
I've been researching Christian history for the last 5 or 6 or 10 years.
Don't make a fool
out of it. Let me ask, Nancy, are you trying to say that Paul got his doctrine from Simon Magus?
Simon Magus taught that he was God. And now, again, you can say, well, the information we have from all these other Christians who describe what Simon Magus taught is all fabricated. And I can accept that as an argument. Like, okay, if you think that these church fathers that we refer to were lying about what Simon Magus taught,
you're being very sharp with me, and you're not allowing me to explain myself. So,
well, Nancy, to be fair, you do kind of have to summarize your thoughts in a way that's.
I'm trying to, Anthony, but it's a little difficult.
I understand. So maybe try to boil it down a little bit and get to the what you're trying to the information.
Help me out here, because people have not heard this information before.
You know who Ignatius quotes Paul, right?
Oh, I think we lost her. Again.
So you do have to throw out basically. I'm not sure if the epistle of Diognetus, right? But there's also the apology of what's it? There's an apology written. It's earlier than Justin Martyr. It's like 140. And it's written to Hadrian. It's for pro-Christianity. But the thing is, the apologetic works are going to be more philosophical than they are, quoting. But again, so you already said, well, Polycarp.
Yeah, here's the thing.
That's not real. So again, all you're doing is picking and choosing whatever doesn't. So Polycarp isn't real. You also, Ignatius absolutely quotes Paul, right? Ignatius is like 107.
Kelvy, all right. Ignatius. So Polycarp is not necessarily my wheelhouse. Nancy, you have something's wrong with your connection again. I'm gonna have to. Sorry, just for a second. I guess I could just mute you. Okay. So I looked into. Hold on, Nancy. I'm gonna mute you just because I don't know what's going on. I think, Nancy, you have a bad connection. You have bad connection. It's choppy. We can't understand what you're saying at all. So, yeah, something wrong there, Nancy. Hold on. Sorry, Nancy. I'm gonna put you backstage for just a minute while I try to. Kelly, you have to understand, the Ignatian epistles are completely forged. Like,
no, they're not.
Yes, yeah, you are. I think. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I think you're emotionally connected.
I am not. I don't care. I'm not a Catholic. I don't care. These people aren't like have special theological theosis status to me. I'm saying what you're saying are just blind. I know that there's a bunch of letters that are forged, but the specific letters, like I think it's just 7 of them, including one to Polycarp. There's absolutely no basis to no scholar thinks that that those specific letters are forged.
Now
there is a not consensus on the dating of them, but it seems to me that they're from about 10 something AD.
Well, okay. If you want to get into a discussion about the Ignatian epistles, I can certainly do that. There's a lot of information I can provide. This is kind of something that's
what that isn't just. There's not a lot of. I mean, there's not. I mean, we can just. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
The problem is this is so far down in the weeds for most people. Most people like don't understand. The thing is, with the Ignatian epistles,
rocket science. You're saying that every single thing that supports anyone else's argument is fabrication.
Well, if that's true, it's true, and we need to investigate that possibility. So with the Ignatian epistles, okay, there are basically 14 of them that are attributed to Ignatius.
No, there's not. Are you? I hope you're not
how many are there?
Are you reading off of like Chat GPT right now?
How many? No, I'm not. How many are there?
There's like 7 authentic ones.
7 authentic ones, but there are 7 widely agreed upon forgeries, which brings us to 14.
Well, hold on. There's like 2 versions of the original of those 7. There's one that's like, because it was like Armenian or Syrian text or something translation they found, which again backs up that they're true and that they're not fabricated, which is exactly why we know that, because there are fabricated texts. There absolutely are. But we also have a way to tell, because if you find the exact same text in a monastery in Armenia that's like 1,000 miles away from another place where they have it written in Arabic and preserved, like you can tell these things. Like to say otherwise is just a conspiracy theory, basically. And yeah, so there's 2 different versions of the Ignatian ones, which one of them's a little bit longer. And yeah, there's a bunch of other ones that were probably written during well. I'm not even sure. I didn't even bother looking into those because.
Well, all right. Let me provide some information for people. There are actually 3 what are called recensions of the Ignatian epistles. There's the short recension. There's the middle recension, and there's the long recension. So, in the middle and long recension, there are 14 epistles that bear Ignatius's name. Only 7 of them are considered quote unquote authentic. But then you get to the question of which recension is the correct one, the middle recension or the long one, because they're both addressed to the same places and say largely.
Do they quote Paul or not?
They do, which is.
So that's my entire point. So then, because according to you can just say, well, the guy didn't exist. And this is all just written later on and just a big lie of the Catholic Church.
Right.
So see
why is that
a falsifiable premise that just simply can't be conceded with? So I mean, I this is where I know when I first met, I thought you were trolling, but I do think you're sincere, and I do hope that you still are. But I mean, it really is just kind of it's untenable, you know.
Well, why is the idea that the Ignatian epistles are forgeries something that we shouldn't consider? Why is it outside the realm of possibility?
Because according to all rational scholarship, it has been considered, and we've already ascertained what's a forgery or not, as far as like everything that you're reading. Like if there was some conspiracy, then nobody would ever say any of this. Everybody's like, oh, we have 25 letters of Ignatius and his kids, because everybody would have just made up a whole bunch of stuff to back up all of their, you know.
All right, so let me ask you this. When it comes to, all right, let's just ask about one. Can you think of one of the Ignatian epistles that you think is not a forgery? Is it Romans? Let's say the Ignatian epistle to the Romans. Do you think that one's
right? Yeah.
Do you think that one's legit?
Yeah.
Okay, which one is not a forgery? The middle recension or the long recension?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you admit that at least one of them is, right? Because they can't both be legit.
What are you talking about recension? As far as I'm aware, like I said, there are 7 ones that are specifically like there aren't like a set of also the forgery ones that go along with the 7 ones. Like the other ones are known to not be legit.
That's actually incorrect. In every single manuscript we have, the so-called authentic ones are mixed with the inauthentic ones. The scholars have determined which ones are quote unquote authentic by
right, because they know that they're being quoted elsewhere earlier by other church fathers.
No, incorrect. It's based on the content. So there are some that are ruled out.
Obviously, that too.
because there are some of them that have been deemed forgeries because they write about topics and people who could not have possibly existed around the year 100, but are definitely about things.
Okay, well, hold on. So you're not even talking about the ones that I'm still, because again, I do, like I said, there's only 7 that I think are legit.
Right. But those are only
the Magnesians, the Trallians, the Romans. There's one to Polycarp. There's one, I think, to the Ephesians. Philadelphian on Menander. I'm missing one. Unless it was like 6.
The problem is, Kelvy, the problem is there are so many problems I don't know where to begin. The one problem is let's just take the epistle to the Romans. Let's just go one epistle to one city or one place. The problem is there are at least 3 recensions of this epistle. So only one of them can possibly be legit. The other 2 are forgeries because they both contain vastly different information.
No, I think you're over.
Yes, if you go and read the epistle to the Romans
So I've only read of the 7, which the only ones I said I bothered with because those are the ones that are indisputed. They're not disputed. Out of those 7 or 6, I can't remember now. I think it is 7. There are 2 versions of each of them. One of them has some extra stuff.
It's not that there's extra stuff.
Yes, that is exactly what it is. Or it's missing, or well, that's the thing. That's what your view is. Is it missing stuff, or is there extra stuff? Like that's the question, right? Is somebody embellishing? I think it's the Armenian or the Syriac ones that have the extra text.
It's not that there's extra text necessarily alone. It's that the everything's been completely. It's been completely reworked by a completely different author. You
mean just translate it because it's in another language?
I've
read them. You're well.
No.
Go ahead and bring them up. Go ahead and bring up exactly what you're talking about.
Go ahead and bring them up. There's different doctrine.
I don't believe you bring it up.
Kelvy, what scholars believe
I've read them. I've read them all many times.
No, you've probably read one recension of them.
Well, what do you mean by recension?
Like I said, there's a middle recension and a long recension.
What's a recension?
A recension is basically a version. It's a fancy word for a version of them.
Okay, there are 2 versions of them.
There are 3 at least of each one of them.
What are you talking about? Translations and languages? No,
not translations. I'm talking about versions. There are 3 versions. Like if you take the epistle to the Romans of Paul all
in all, so are you? None of this matters.
It does.
The argument is was he real or not? Not are his letters accurately translated?
No, it's not. It's not a translation issue. It's did Ignatius actually write these epistles?
Did he even exist or not?
Maybe
and
he did
you have people who that are right after Ignatius. I mean, there's these things have already been studied. You're basically pretending like this stuff isn't known.
Kelvin,
and you're like reinventing
let me propose a theory to you. Ignatius of Antioch was a real person who was influential in the early church, and later on, people used his influence.
There's actually not a lot known about him, to be fair. There's actually not really much. There's only the fact that there's actually, truthfully, we don't know much about a lot of these guys. Now there are, if you read like the stories of like Saint Martin, they act like they know everything. You can tell which ones are.
I'm gonna head out, by the way.
Okay. Actually, we're gonna.
Same. I gotta get up early.
All right, let's end the stream. What I'm gonna do is a rapid fire round robin. We'll do Eastern Thomas and Andy first if they have anything they want to say to round things out. and we'll go with. We're just gonna have to. It's getting late for me too. So yeah, we have to end the stream. As much as I am actually personally thinking this conversation is productive. I don't know if anyone else does, but all good things must come to an end. So, Thomas, you go first, then Andy. Just try to keep it to like a minute or so if you have any closing thoughts, or if you don't, you can just leave.
Yeah, sure. So I know we were talking earlier about the inerrancy of Scripture, and I think an important question we have to ask is, does God intend or want for all men to be saved? And if the answer is yes, I think that poses a challenge for people who are opponents of biblical inerrancy, because what that means is if Jesus was meant to ultimately display a message of God, and if that was ultimately what he was sent to do, and God intended or what wills at least for all men to be saved, then that means that Jesus himself, that means one of two things. It means either A, the Bible or Jesus's message was only meant for a small local group of people, which would mean that God's mission or God's intent was not inerrantly achieved, or B, it would mean that the scriptures were intended to be written by God, but they were ultimately not inerrant in their goal, which would still mean that the intent of God is not inerrant. And so for that reason, I think that further supports why the scriptures must be inerrant, but that's just my view.
All right, thank you, Thomas. I'm gonna have to quickly. I mean, I appreciate you. You're welcome again in the future. So thank you, Andy. You're next.
I don't really have much to say.
Well, you didn't say very much this time, Andy. I'm sorry about that. I mean,
Well, I didn't. Yeah. You guys were getting into something that I'm not really too familiar with, the church father stuff. I've never really looked into that very much. A little bit, not. I've looked into a little bit of Marcion and Clement. But yeah, you guys seem to have a deeper understanding of that sort of stuff than I do.
Yeah, I think it's important because it's important to see what these early Christians were saying. Because first of all, you can see what they believe, but you can also see if there was an evolution of beliefs. And in my opinion, you can clearly see an evolution from the earliest Christians to what eventually became like Catholicism. So that's why I think it's important. But yeah, sorry about that, Andy.
One thing I did want to add earlier, to the point of God, knowing everything in advance, and just to go way back in the conversation, there do seem to be tons of indicators throughout the Old Testament, at least, that God didn't know things and needed to check on things, or needed to test people, or needed to do things to see what the will of their heart was. So I don't see any reason to conclude that God knows everything in advance.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a number of times where God literally says, like, basically, like, I didn't know, like, I know now what you trust me, or something like that, but he didn't know before, is the implication.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is actually just biblical. Like, it's, even if you want to hold the biblical infallibility, it's there. So it's biblical to believe that. So yeah, thank you for that, Andy.
All right, take care, guys.
Thank you. Kelvy, you can go next. Yeah, whatever you have in your mind.
All right, thanks. If you want to get into some church history, because I'm like I said, I'm recording right now. I'm in the process of recording Socrates Scholasticus. He tries to continue where Subius left off. And again, you may consider it like Catholic propaganda or whatever, but this is the primary source for. This is the primary source for the history that we are. Can you whoever's is making the echo there going?
Sorry, Nancy, I had to mute you there.
But the one I'm premiering it tomorrow night, or no, Sunday night. It's like 4 hours long. But it covers the time of Constantine taking power and building up churches and stuff like that. Book 2 is a lot more interesting, and I'm reading that right now. And as I'm reading it, it's just kind of like appalling as far as what the church was at that point, right? Because you finally had the point where you had the emperor's goons putting people on the throne of their different episcopates, at sword point after slaughtering people in the streets. Like, and the guy writing this is recognizing this too. But right, he's just like, this is what the church has become. He's like, on this time, that this is what happened during the reign. Because after Constantine's sons died, it's like the Christians that took over the church for like a long time were like mafia people, like going, at least according, again, you can believe the history or not believe it, but anyway, I'm doing that on my channel, the Christian Sodium channel. So yeah, and there's a lot of other church history stuff on there, which is I think every Christian should be well, they should be interested in. I would hope. But anyway, I appreciate it, and have a good one.
All right, thank you, Kelvy. Yeah, I appreciate your arguments. I know we disagree, but that's why I have these, so that people can make me think. Howdy, if you're still there, if you have anything you want to say.
Yeah. So my analysis, I guess, like it's like a bit strange. Like he didn't know about the recensions of Ignatius, but like I mean, textual criticism. Like even seculars, like obviously tradition holds all of it to be authentic, but even like, pretty staunch secular critics tend to authenticate a lot of the early Christian writings and date them pretty early. Not that there's like an exact time, but, within a couple decades or whatever. I think there was one person, but some professor lady, I think in Oklahoma, posits that Paul didn't even exist. So it is like, it's not like unheard of or unthinkable, but I mean, as far as I'm aware, it's not really even a minority opinion. It's very aberrant. And then as far as like, okay, we can reject all that and sort of do our own homework on it if you want to go there. But I mean, you would have to have an incredibly strong, foundations in Keeney and like all that. I mean, I've read some books, right? Because authentic, like this isn't just a debate between you and him. Like this is like a lot of people argue about these things. And I was reading books on, the linguistics of the epistles of Paul compared to his pastoral epistles compared to the others, and a lot of these arguments, So and it's very complicated, and you actually have to be pretty well read to even get into that sort of area. But since I like Paul, I would like to leave with saying something that he said, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Paulos apostolos, uk apantropon, udedi anthropu, haladia Iso Christu, ke theu patros tu egriantos acton et necron, ke isinimi, pantes adelphi, des ecclesias tis Galatias, charisi min, ke irini, apatheu patros, ke Kyrio imon, Iso Christu, tu dontos iaton, hyper ton amartion imon, upos ekelite imas ek tu eonos tu enestotos poniru kata telima tu theu, ke patros imon hoi doxa istus eonas ton eonon. Amen. Take care.
What verse was that, or verses?
You should catch it. I'll say this, and then you should get it immediately. Des ecclesias tis Galatias.
Des ecclesias, the church, and the chosen, to the chosen, and
Galatias.
the Galatians.
Yeah. Yeah. One of my favorite openings from him, but yeah, hopefully I think I agree with you, like the conversation was pretty productive at times, so it was good. Nice talking to you. I had fun. So I hope you have a good day and take care, everybody.
Well, thank you for your contributions, Howdy. Yeah, we certainly, I thought it was productive. I mean, we got into so many different topics. There's something for everybody. So thank you.
Yeah, I try to contribute. I'm obviously not an expert or anything, but I have thoughts and like to bounce them off. Get thoughts bounced off me.
Just trying to be humble, like just like know all these philosophical terms and quote Paul in Greek, and whatever. I'm not all that special. Whatever. All
All
right.
right, take
See
care.
you later, Howdy. You there, Nancy? Hello. Earth to Nancy. Art thou thereth? You're muted. I don't know if you know you're muted.
I'm unmuted now, okay?
You are now unmuted.
God, every time I try to get on your channel, it's like an insane experience. And then I get shot down in a heartbeat because everybody wants to just argue you down because they're like on top of it all. And it's like, if I say I've done 5 years of, research, you know what I've done in my research. Do you understand that? Yeah.
The thing is,
what?
The problem is, Nancy, it's so far outside what most people have looked at. It does come across as like impossible. But I know it's not impossible.
Yeah. I understand. And if I have a final closing, I don't even wanted to have a final closing thing. It's like, no, I'm not following Dr. Robert Price. I'm not following this person. I'm not following that person. I was an Air Force historian, and I mean, it's like you take all of the ramification of information and you look through the details and you're looking for information and data, and then you connect dots and you look at it and you're looking for truth. And I mean, there's so much back there in the first century. I think I've sent you information that, I found by accident. And when I look at these historians that are talking, I'm not looking at what they're saying or what their opinions are. I'm looking at what their research is. Where did they find this stuff? And then I go back into those annals of history and I pick up on things that nobody knows about. And I mean, it's like, if you look at all of it, then you can finally come up with some type of a conclusion. It doesn't have to be a conclusion that this is the truth, but it's like a piece of the puzzle that you're finding along the way. And it's like so interesting. It's like there's got to be more, because if the Bible is true, he's going to give you all of these little pieces along the way to go and make it manifest. And it's like, when this Howdy guy or whatever that you were just talking to, he was referring to this doctor, the female Dr. Livesey, I think it was her name, and she was on History Valley just within the past few weeks or this last month. And does Paul exist? And I mean, it's like there's shreds of Paul and he doesn't exist. I mean, it's like not until mid-2nd century, which is like 150 AD or something like that, that he actually comes into the picture, and that's with Marcion. And then, what I was trying to bring out is that from the time of Simon Magus, which he made this huge following, up and then Menander, it was his successor. And then Marcion meets up with this man called Serdo in Rome just before he comes out with his gospel. But Serdo was able to go and influence Marcion with the fact that the father of Jesus was not the same God of the Old Testament, that the God of the Old Testament was an evil God. And the only way you're going to be able to go and figure this out is by going and looking it up and looking and researching Serdo on, I guess the only place we have right now is like Wikipedia, and then you have to go into the Encyclopedia Britannica or something like that. But Serdo was the one that introduced Marcion to this idea about the God of the Old Testament being an evil God. And I mean, I didn't know about this until just within the last month and a half or something like that. And I'm like, wow, I just looked at it, but there's a thread that goes all through it. And furthermore, when you go into Josephus and you read all kinds of things that he has to say, Paul was here and Paul was there, and Paul crossed the paths of Simon Magus all over the place, and it was the same event, the same circumstance. I mean, when you've got several people discussing the same exact story, the same event, but they're different people, there's something going on there. And so what did the early Christian church do to either create a scenario to where, you know, it wasn't Simon Magus, it was Paul. And, you know, it just, I don't know if you're following what I have to say, but I mean, I've looked at all of these threads that have crossed each other over and over again, and I'm like, there's something here that's going on that we don't know about. And the Catholic Church ran with, and Antioch ran with Paul's doctrine. And, you know, the early church, the apostles were kicked to the side, you know, kicked to the curb, and like, you're not important anymore. And this is the way the church is going to go. And all of a sudden, Christianity became the church of the Gentiles and not the church of, you know,
well, I'll say trying to convince people that Paul is actually Simon Magus is
I'm not trying to say that he is. I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to say that there's a connection that we don't understand. And that's what I'm looking for, is what is going on and how did this all come about?
Well, yeah, I have a hard enough time trying to get people just to look at the Pauline epistles on their own merit. I'm going to mute you for a second. Just personally, I think when I look at the Pauline epistles, it does strike me that at least for some of them, there is one person writing them and having a real conversation with people. And I don't know. The idea that Paul never existed, or I'm not saying that's what you're trying to say, but I'd have to see a lot more to go that far. But anyways, this is your final word. So
I'm not trying to say that Paul didn't exist. I'm trying to say that he was on the peripheral or something like that. There were things going on that people wanted to keep out of the big picture, that he was somewhere in there, and it's all mixed up and it's jumbled. It's jumbled in history, and we don't know why. And that's my quest, is to figure out what went on and why, because there is truth there and it's going to be revealed somehow, some way. And I just, you know, I mean, it doesn't matter if Paul was, you know, Paul told the best lie is the one that's mixed with truth. And, you know, it's like, we don't even know what's going on with our own government right now, what's going on in the war in Ukraine, because it's all mixed with truth and BS. And it's like, you've got powers to do certain things all over the place. And Satan is the one that's just, you know, throwing a wrench in the, you know, monkey wrench in the cog of the wheel here. And, you know, it's like, I just want to be on the inside of being, you know, with God. And, you know, I don't know, maybe nobody really likes me for what I teach or talk. I don't try to teach. I try to reveal history and truth. And nobody likes me for that, because it's an immediate argument. It's like, no, this can't be it because I believe this. You know, just because you believe something doesn't mean it's not true. Or just because you believe something doesn't mean it's true. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it's not true. So, I mean, it's like, all right, do your research. And if you don't have an argument until you have done your research.
Yeah, well, you know, that's a lot, Nancy. I'm just going to kind of leave it there. I'm going to mute you. But thank you. It's if people want to look into all that, I agree. It's a rabbit trail, but it's an interesting rabbit trail. So, you know, people can take it for what it is. But I'm glad you were able to join, Nancy, because it's been a while since I talked to you, and you know, I hope you're doing well and all that. I'm gonna kind of, you know, boot you, but thank you for your contributions. Yeah, sorry I had to just boot you like that, but it's getting super duper late, so I'm trying to expedite the process here. And I'll be signing off in just a couple minutes. I'm not going to be long. I think that that was a wide-ranging discussion on. I really think, like I said earlier, there is something for everyone who's even remotely interested in these topics. Thomas said something interesting about how if you don't believe in inerrancy, it basically calls into question almost like the existence of God or something, or the mission, or the mission of Jesus in general, because God's intent is to provide the message, and the Bible is the mechanism through which the message is spread. So to call into question the mechanism is to call into question God, and because it's God's intent. Well, I think God's intent is that all people go to heaven, but the church doesn't teach that. So if God, if God can preserve the book, and guide the human authors to make the right decisions and put the right words on the pieces of paper, not the scribes, but the original people, because clearly, anyways, then why can't God just guide people to make the right decisions in other areas of their lives? So the fact that, yeah, humans have free will. The Bible authors had free will. Some of them did the right thing. They wrote down the information and knowledge they had, maybe imperfectly, maybe perfectly. I'm willing to be convinced. But let me ask this: we know that the manuscripts we have are not the originals, they're not the autographs, and we know a lot of the manuscripts have tons of issues with them and questions, and there are differences. You can argue the extent of the differences, but they're there. Why didn't God preserve the original manuscripts? Well, I would argue it's because it's not God's fault. We don't have the original manuscripts. It's the poor preservation of the early church, and I would argue that the early church intentionally destroyed the earliest manuscripts because it didn't conform to what they were teaching. The church, quote unquote, that they were trying to build and establish. I think the original manuscripts didn't teach what the church wanted to teach about a wide number of topics: soteriological, Christological, ecclesiological, and things like this. So they got rid of them, and this is why for 200 years there's this big blank spot between the time of Christ and the earliest manuscripts we have. That's not God's fault. That's the fault of evil, or just corrupt people, or just lazy people who misplaced documents and lost them over time, whatever the case may be. So we have to. Bottom line is, folks, if your faith is placed in the book or in manuscripts or in texts, basically your faith is placed in humans. All right. My faith is placed in God. That's why I don't worry too much about resolving all these conflicts between manuscripts and stuff. It's not the basis of truth. Even if the entire Bible was 100% proven to be just a fancy story taught, written by a couple authors over a period of time, I would still have faith in God. I would still have faith in the idea that, God exists, created us, there's truth, all of these things. But obviously I don't think that the entire Bible is false. I think that especially when it comes to the Gospels, they are reliable enough for me to say that I believe Jesus Christ. I believe he was a real person. I believe he had apostles. I believe in his message of salvation. I may not know exactly what he said in the sense of having an exact transcript of what he said, but I have enough to basically say that Jesus was a real person. He strikes me as someone who was, in direct communication with God. And I believe his message of salvation. We talked a little about the Ignatian epistles. I would like to clarify that a little bit. The Ignatian epistles, I don't know what Kelby was talking about. There are so many questions surrounding them and the different recensions. Recensions just means versions. Like just take, like, there's 14 epistles that bear Ignatius's name. A number of them are undisputedly forgeries. Everyone agrees because they talk about things that clearly could not have been known by someone living in the second century. They talk about people and things that were taking place in the third and fourth centuries, but they said they were written by the same Ignatius of Antioch who lived in the first century or the second century. So scholars are like, okay, clearly these are forgeries because they're talking about things that just, it's impossible that Ignatius would have known about these facts of history. But even if you take some of the so-called authentic ones, like the so-called Ignatian epistle to the Romans, well, there's 3 versions of it. And if you go look at each version of it, they're very different. So 2 of the versions are guaranteed to be forgeries. But the scholars want to say the middle recension of the 7 Ignatian epistles are legitimate. Well, if the long recension is a forgery, why can't the middle recension be a forgery? Or the short recension? And what's interesting about the theology of the different recensions is they reflect Christological differences. So it looks like the long recensions were written by Arians because they write against the Trinity. And it looks like the middle recension was written by Trinitarians or a Trinitarian because it tries to promote Trinitarian theology. So what apparently happened is that the Arians and the Trinitarians were going back and forth writing as Ignatius. And the long recension was written by Arians or an Arian, and the middle recension was written by a Trinitarian. And they were going back and forth, beating each other up, pretending to be Ignatius. So that's clearly just what happened. So I think that they're all forgeries. I think that, what's interesting is that the Arian long recension is very praiseworthy of Paul. Which is interesting because I consider myself more in alignment with Arius as far as his Christology. But all of a sudden you get all this, and the reason for that is, scholars think, is that because Arius liked Paul's epistles, because Arius thought Paul was not a Trinitarian. And the Trinitarians, had struggled with this because if you read Paul's epistles, he does say a lot of things that are not Trinitarian. So the Arians were very big fans of Paul because Paul didn't really seem to be a Trinitarian. And the Trinitarians wanted to avoid that fact, so they didn't really talk about Paul all that much. This is all stuff you can go read all the recension yourself and see all this. I'm not making this up. This is stuff you can but I recommend that people do it. But I wanted to clarify that it's not so cut and dry. I think that all of the Ignatian epistles are forgeries, and I think that's demonstrable. It's easily demonstrable. But you'd have to know a lot about them, and not a lot of people do, so I don't talk about it all that much. Anyways, I don't know. Hopefully people came closer to at least thinking about what I'm talking about. I guess at the end of the day, what I'm trying to communicate here, even if you don't want to go as far as I've gone, as far as questioning the Bible, which I'm going to try to promote a view of Christianity called non-biblical Christianity. I think I'm going to try and make that a thing. But even if you don't want to go that far, just ask yourself, what is the basis of truth? Do we presuppose the truth of the text, or is there some stronger foundation for truth than the text itself? If you want to say this text is entirely true, I think you should base it on the fact that it represents reality, not just that you presuppose it's true. But a lot of people don't do that. They just say, oh, this is what the church has always taught. You can't question it because you're questioning God, things like that. It's unhealthy. Look at all the videos of atheists who are former Christians saying, I found one error and my world collapsed and I had to divorce my wife and it was a terrible time. Well, if you hadn't based your life on a false premise in the first place, then it wouldn't have been a problem. So there are real problems here. And people want to say I'm operating on my own authority. I'm making things up. I'm attacking the faith. No, I'm trying to establish truth. But because of how things have been presented and distorted over time, it looks like I'm the one attacking the faith when really I'm trying to restore the faith. And I'm going against people's emotions and desire for certainty and assurance and things like that. So there's all kinds of issues there. But I'm going to keep doing it. I probably won't be able to gain a very large following, which I don't care about, because my only concern is that I free some people from the deception that is destroying their souls, which is that they don't have to obey God because somebody paid for their sins. So everything I do is with that view in mind. The whole idea is to save people from the deception that they don't have to obey God. And if there are places in the Bible which lead to that logical conclusion, teaching people not to obey God, well, then I have to fight against that. I'm sorry. But the truth, that is not the truth to me. I must establish what is true. So, well, I don't know if I'm doing that, but I'm hoping I'm doing that. And I hope people think about this. So I'm going to end the stream. God bless. Until next time, thank you. Goodbye.